Compañero Honorable Alvin Buotes. We welcome South Africans who normally join the proceedings of our portfolio committee, taking advantage of the various platforms which are provided by Parliament as part of complying with the Constitution of the Republic to make sure that our processes as Parliament are participatory. We welcome the media and everybody else in the meeting here today. Our agenda is opening and welcome adoption apologies. The main item 4 will be briefing by the department on the branch Africa and then discussions and closure. Do we have a mover for adoption of the agenda?
Yes,
I
Honorable
move.
Chair,
I move, Honorable Chair. Honorable
adoption
Douglas.
agenda.
Thank you
I
very
second. I second, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. The agenda of today has been moved and adopted. It's Honorable Imran Musa moving and seconded by Dr. and Honorable Douglas. Do we have apologies, Lubabalo?
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. We do have apologies, Chair. The minister is attending cabinet committee meeting. My apologies. And Deputy Minister Moraga is in Colombia with the DG on an official visit. The department would be led by Deputy Minister Portes, assisted by DG Monyela, and also DG Sepolo and Director Dr. Pizwane. DG Monyela, he's also supporting the Deputy Minister in his other capacity as the acting DG. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You are welcome, Ndata Sokolo and Ndata Munyela. As part of the team from DERCO, you are welcome, and all of you who come from DERCO, you are welcome here today. I'm going to request the compatriots that in the course of your opening remarks, just say some elections of yesterday in the other Congo, just in passing, and maybe just say something in passing about what are South Africans who were in the number is now complete, excluding those who have lost their lives. That it's now completed. I know you didn't plan for this, but I'm sure you are able to say something about it. Thirdly, if you can just in your opening remarks also brief the committee just for a minute or two about your interaction with the ambassador designate of the US, the things that we saw in the media about him being demarched to DERCO. Otherwise, you are welcome and your team, and I'm handing over to you, Compañero Honorable Alvin Botes, for you to set the scene for us.
Yes, no, good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Just to indicate that I'm obviously present, I'll close the video. Having said that, Chair, good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation of the National Assembly, Honorable Mopelwa. Let me also acknowledge all members of the Portfolio Committee, the lead delegates from the South African Foreign Service, the acting Director General, the Deputy Director General, Clayson Monyela, and the head of our business unit,
Company Robotes, I don't know, it's on my side, but it looks like your reception is wobbling and fading.
Not on your
of
side,
Branch
Chair.
Africa, Ambassador. Very much, Chairperson. I thought I'm by
Yes, it's
indicating
wobbling and fading
that,
away. We didn't
you know,
hear.
am I audible
We
now?
didn't hear anything from your side. So if you can try and find a better location in that state house in Cape Town.
Thank you. No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me
It's clear now. It's crystal clear.
It's better now, Chair. All right. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. If I'm audible, I just dispense with accolades and greeted yourself and members of the Portfolio Committee and our lead delegation from our Foreign Service. I thought important, Chair, that in as much as the presentation today will deal with the North Africa as an important interlocutor when we engage with our foreign policy on the African continent, in particular, our strategic pillar on ensuring the African prosperity based on Agenda 2063 are being advanced. I must obviously remind members that we do so having hindsight for all 7 aspirations of the AU Agenda 2063, and we do so, Chair, responding to our national imperatives of making sure that we, create jobs, reduce poverty and inequality. Given the fact that our approach are anchoring on Africa that is premised on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Importantly for us, Chair, the economic diplomacy will be key and critical, in particular if we look at your oil, gas, mining, your infrastructure opportunities, financial services, and hospitality. So these countries within North Africa offers us very unique opportunities, Chair, in relation to our economic diplomacy. And I must also indicate that we are working in close proximity with DTIC and the Department of Small Business Development to facilitate increased trade and foreign direct investment. And for that matter, Chair, we have led via DTIC a delegation of South African businesses to the Intra-Africa Trade Fairs convened in Egypt in November 2023. And last year, in September 2025, in Algeria, which included this time around, Chair, emerging South African exporters. Similarly, Chair, when we dissect the opportunities within Central Africa, which ordinarily are limited to the enhancement of our manufacturing base and reliance on imports, it has been able to attract a number of South African companies that are deeply invested in retail, telecommunications, insurance, and infrastructure. But we are actually looking at the expansion of other development opportunities within the agriculture, agro processing space, Chair, and also within the aviation. So it's in our national interest, it's a national imperative to expand our footprint in Central Africa, Chairperson, because apart from the opportunities that I have highlighted, this is also a key repository in relation to oil reserves and critical minerals, Chairperson. As I conclude, Chair, I think what I will want the Chairperson to do is to, when the DDG Monyela or Ambassador Sokolo can probably give a substantive intervention on the démarche in relation to the designate U.S. ambassador, because you know, Chair, that our interaction as a member of the executive, based on our standard diplomatic doctrine and protocols, has been not to meet the designated U.S. ambassador up until the credentials has been acknowledged and received by the President of South Africa. But of course, Chairperson, you would recall what Minister Lamola have alluded to, that we have an obligation to ensure the diplomatic practice, protocols, and principles of any head of mission in South Africa or a designate head of mission, we are able to adhere to it substantively. And that was the discussions, of course, that our Foreign Service have dispensed with, given what I have indicated, Honorable Chairperson. And then I think, Chair, the important issue for us, we should at all times welcome the evolving nature of the democratic architecture within the African continent, because aspiration 3 of the African Agenda 2063 Chairperson speaks about our ambition to be an Africa of good governance, an Africa embedded within a democratic dispensation anchored on respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. And therefore, Chairperson, it is significant when there is a evolving process which result in a democratic dividend, notwithstanding the fact that, of course, with any process as it relates to aspiration 3, the regional economic community, the REC, and the AU Commission obviously will substantively conclude their optics and observations as it relates to whether any democratic process conforms to the minimum standards, Chairperson, which the AU have actually put out for itself. And then, Chair, I know that there was one matter that you have raised, which I didn't hear appropriately, and I'll obviously, hopefully with your indulgence, when we conclude a portfolio committee, I'll be then able to do an intervention in regards to that. And having said so, Chair, with obviously your express concession, if you will allow Ambassador Siokolo, our DDG for Africa, to deliver the presentation to the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Compañero Honorable Buertes, Deputy Minister. It's 3 issues which you can cover when we wrap up the meeting. One is South Africans who were trapped in Ukraine, whether all of them are now here, excluding those whose bodies maybe still have to be repatriated. 2 is on the ambassador designate of the US, the demarching which was done by DERCO. Just take the committee on board, because we see also a bit of rigmaroles from the side of the executive. We saw even Mackenzie meeting with him and saying things he shouldn't be saying at this stage. I think Holomisa also, as the deputy minister, met with him. So there's a bit of, from my perspective, a bit of behavior which requires attention on the side of the executive. You can cover that when you close. And then the last one is on Congo Brazzaville. the elections which took place there. Over to you, Ntate Sokolo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Deputy Minister Buotas, Acting DG Munyala and colleagues here. We will present on North and Central Africa, and I'm also accompanied by the Acting Chief Director of the Business Unit, the Chief Directorate, which covers both, and is Dr. Johnny Pitswane. And I request that Dr. Pitswane leads the technical presentation. And with your permission, Chairperson and Deputy Minister, I may just make a few remarks to introduce Dr. Pitswane. The first one is that we welcome and appreciate the committee's focus on the sub-regions of the continent, because we believe that Africa's continental dynamics are best understood not as a single geopolitical space, but as a set of interlinked sub-regions with distinct political economies, demographic trajectories, and strategic logics. And therefore, for South Africa, we recognize that effective continental engagement requires differentiated strategies that reflect these sub-regional realities while aligning them with national development, industrialization, and diplomatic priorities. As honorable members of the committee are aware, we have already presented on Southern Africa, which remains South Africa's most immediate strategic environment and its deepest sphere of economic, political, and security independence. There was a presentation on West Africa, which is the continent's most populous, economically dynamic region, which is anchored largely by two markets, Nigeria and Ghana. We also presented East Africa, which is experiencing growth in corridor in integration, and stands out as one of the continent's fastest growing sub-regions, driven by infrastructure, as we said last time. Today, we are pleased to now focus on Central Africa, which in our characterization, it's a region which occupies a paradoxical position in Africa's political economy. It is one of the world's most resource-rich regions, particularly in strategic minerals, essential to global energy and technology transitions, yet it is also amongst the least economically integrated and most politically fragile. North Africa, which we'll also be presenting on shortly, is a geopolitical gateway and industrial power. North Africa sub-region occupies a distinct strategic position at the intersection of Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. And therefore, South Africa, North Africa, as Dr. Pitswane will illustrate, North Africa represents opportunities for industrial partnerships, for defense and energy cooperation, and joint positioning in global multilateral fora. Therefore, engagement with North Africa should complement rather than compete with South Africa's sub-Saharan priorities, leveraging shared interests in industrialization, trade diversification, and multilateral reform. With these words, I request Dr. Johnny Pitswane to lead the technical presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TDG. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, Deputy Minister Buotas, the Acting DG Sokolo. I now wish to proceed with the presentation that will focus on North and Central Africa. Of course, the map before you just highlights in terms of the configuration of the branch where North African countries are located in terms of red, and the blue part will be Central Africa. It is important to note as an overview, honorable members, that South Africa has cordial diplomatic relations with all countries of the region, which are conducted through the presence of diplomatic representation. South Africa's priorities in this region are to strengthen political and economic relations. Furthermore, our engagements with the region are anchored on the promotion of our country's national interests and values, including the extension of solidarity with the people of Western Sahara in accordance with their inalienable right to self-determination and aligned to the policy of decolonization. Furthermore, South Africa seeks to promote efforts aimed at consolidating peace, stability, and integration of the Maghreb region with the rest of the continent. In terms of the diplomatic footprint, we have 7 South African diplomatic missions in the sub-region, which are, of course, in terms of North Africa, in Algeria, Egypt, Mauritania, Morocco, and Tunisia. Western Sahara, which is the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, is accredited through our mission in Algiers, in Algeria. In terms of Central Africa, similarly, we have 7 diplomatic missions, which are located in Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, Republic of Congo, that is Congo-Brazzaville, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Sao Tome and Principe. I wish to also highlight that the mission in Sao Tome will be closing with effect from the 31st of March because of reprioritization and the need to reallocate as a department the critical resources to other strategic missions on the continent. For instance, the resources were redirected to the missions in Lusaka, Zambia, and in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. However, bilateral relations will be maintained with Sao Tome and Principe as consistent with our foreign policy, and the mission in Libreville in Gabon will be responsible for the maintenance of that relationship. In terms of structured bilateral mechanisms, honorable members, in North Africa, we have, using the methodology of anchor states, we have identified Algeria and Egypt as the key countries through which we will have structured bilateral mechanisms. The last BNC with Algeria was held in Algiers in December 2024, wherein President Ramaphosa led a significant delegation of ministers, including a business delegation, both for the BNC and a state visit. This year, it is expected that towards the end of the 3rd quarter, the next session of the South Africa-Algeria Binational Commission will be held, also co-chaired by the presidents. Furthermore, there are expected political consultations led by Minister Lamula, which will be held within the 1st quarter of 2026. This is a normal platform through which we engage with Algeria on a range of regional, continental, and global issues. With regard to Egypt, we have an established mechanism of a joint commission at ministerial level, and the last one took place in April 2024. There is an agreed decision to elevate the joint commission from a ministerial mechanism to a presidential level mechanism, given the strategic importance of Egypt as a key partner and ally on the continent. Another level at which we engaged with another country, despite this being a relatively small country, is with Mauritania, where there's a normal platform of political consultations held at deputy minister level. And there is a plan, of course, for Deputy Minister Moraga to meet with her Mauritanian counterpart to discuss a range of bilateral regional and continental issues. These consultations were postponed due to the unavailability of the Mauritanians, but plans are underway to have it rescheduled within the first 3 quarters of this year. In terms of Central Africa, Cameroon, we are working at an agreement establishing the Joint Commission of Cooperation, which will be completed in the first quarter of 2026-2027 financial year, which will enable the hosting of the inaugural JCC with Cameroon in 2026. As honorable members are aware, Cameroon is one of the key drivers of integration and an important player as a country in the Central African region. And therefore, it was decided that we should, in addition to the cordial bilateral relations which we currently have with that country, we should have a joint commission of cooperation. Equatorial Guinea, there is also a process underway to convene the first meeting of the Joint Commission of Cooperation. An agreement was signed in May 2024 establishing the Joint Commission. As we are aware, the Joint Commission with Equatorial Guinea could not be held simply because of the challenges that, some of the teething challenges we had as South Africa with the arrest of 2 South African nationals who were detained in Equatorial Guinea in 2023 and were released in May last year. Of course, the outcome of that detention was positive in that there was numerous interventions led by President Ramaphosa, former Minister Pando, Minister Lamola, and DG Dango in terms of opening up avenues for engagement that led to the release of the 2 South African nationals last year. So currently, we will then ensure that the inaugural session of the JCC takes place. Equatorial Guinea has always had very cordial relations with South Africa based on common bonds of solidarity and friendship. In terms of Gabon, which is another important country in Central Africa, the political consultations which are held at deputy minister level will occur in 2026. In terms of the regional outlook, and Ambassador Sokolo did allude to some of the regional dynamics, the North African sub-region is of strategic importance for South Africa's national interest. It is a geographical nexus that links Africa, the Mediterranean Sea, and Europe. These links arose out of historical ties based on education, culture, religion, commerce, and trade. Furthermore, countries of the sub-region are members of both the African Union and the Arab League, thus positioning them as actors on a number of critical issue areas, including on Palestine and the broader challenges in the Middle East. As we are all aware, Egypt heads the headquarters of the Arab League, and Egypt also is an interlocutor together with the state of Qatar in terms of mediation, promotion, ensuring that there's ongoing discussions between Hamas and the state of Israel. Political stability in countries such as Algeria, Egypt, Mauritania, and Morocco is entrenched through established political systems built over many decades since independence, and these are to ensure cohesion in governance. Established democracy in countries such as Libya and Tunisia has been challenged in some quarters of society, but institutions remain intact, including constitutional structures. In Egypt and Algeria, democracy has largely been consolidated, while in Mauritania, there has been an emergence from difficult years of political instability. The monarchy in Morocco has been largely been stable. In terms of the geosecurity profile of the sub-region of North Africa, there is in some countries the existence of armed insurgency groups. Though posing a threat, this has largely been neutralized by governments in North Africa. However, Libya still faces a threat from some armed militia groups who are trying to destabilize the international UN-recognized government based in Tripoli. Some of these groups have links with ISIS and also links with Al-Qaeda. So there is that challenge of ensuring the territorial integrity of some countries in North Africa. In terms of the Central African region, the political picture, of course, is mixed. And this region, of course, is a complex region with a geopolitical landscape characterized by political stability in some countries and instability and insecurity in others. Largely Francophonie in identity in terms of language and historical ties, particularly historical links with France. Only Cameroon has both a Francophone and Anglophone connection, having been under colonial control by both empires. In terms of Congo-Brazzaville, as Honorable Chair and DM has alluded, maybe here in terms of the recent, the just concluded elections, last night the Electoral Commission of the Republic of Congo announced the result of the presidential elections that were held over the weekend, which proclaimed President Denis Sassou Nguesso as the winner of the presidential elections. President Nguesso has been re-elected for a 5th term in government, although reports indicate that there was a modest voter turnout in the presidential elections. And it is reported by the commission that the president won with a landslide result of 95% in terms of support for him and the ruling party, the PCT. This region, of course, as I indicated, includes an important country like Cameroon, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and Sao Tome and Principe. These countries have maintained relative stability for decades since independence. However, in recent decades, the Central African Republic and Chad have gone through civil and ethno-religious divisions, civil wars and ethno-religious divisions, but are now on sustained returns to political stability. In terms of Gabon, the military coup in Gabon in August 2023 and the post-electoral violence in Cameroon following the elections of October last year, which are new phenomena in both countries who have experienced relative political stability. These incidents illustrate emerging fractures to political stability in the sub-region. Challenges of governance continue to exist, sometimes leading to a trust deficit between governments and the people on the ground. There is also the added factor of an increase in the role of external actors in the sub-region, with the Russian Federation and Turkey having joined France in the security sector and defense engagement in the Central African region. It will be recalled that there was a presence, of course, of the Wagner Group, which, of course, left Chad and Central African Republic. But currently, as we speak, there is formalized defense agreements between the Russian Federation and select countries of Central Africa, particularly the Central African Republic. In terms of the regional economic outlook, the North and Central African region is, from an economic perspective, characterized by a mixture of highly performing economies such as Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Cameroon, moderately growing economies such as Mauritania and the Republic of Congo, and countries that have been struggling for decades and are among the least developed countries in the world, such as the Central African Republic and Chad. However, the CAR and Chad have launched developmental programs towards attaining growth. Some of the countries in the region are endowed with large reserves of oil and gas, such as Algeria, Libya, Equatorial Guinea, Mauritania, and Congo, while mineral-rich countries such as Chad and CAR have not seen these resources being translated into significant economic growth. The countries in North and Central Africa have largely not diversified their economies beyond minerals and hydrocarbons commodities, with the exception, of course, of Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, and Cameroon, which have expanded their manufacturing and services industries in agriculture, automotive sector, financial services, textiles, and the production of machinery and electrical goods. In this respect, Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco have become highly competitive in attracting foreign direct investment, including from South African companies. As these countries seek to diversify, and due to the low industrial base in several of these countries, opportunities exist for South African small and medium-sized enterprises to find markets and investment opportunities in sectors such as tourism and hospitality, agro-processing, textiles development, furniture exports, fintechs for payment platforms, and healthcare screening, mining equipment and machinery, and support sectors for the aviation industries. This slide is a summary in terms of the level and extent of exports and imports from North and Central Africa into North and Central Africa from our side. We'll not go into the detail of that. Suffice to say that as honorable members, chairperson, you'll gather from the table, trade and exports to these countries are relatively low, with only 4 countries, Cameroon, Congo, Egypt, Morocco, exceeding the 1 billion rand mark in terms of exports. Similarly, on the import side. So this shows that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to promote trade and investment between South Africa and these countries. And most of the commodities, of course, as you can see, honorable members, are in agro-processed foods, vegetables, prepared foodstuffs, and chemicals. Although one needs to add that in terms of Algeria, we do export a bit of oil from that country, which has, of course, ensured that the figure is a bit higher. So this is literally territory that is largely unexplored, although we are seeing the entrance of South African economic actors of various sizes into the North and Central African market. The next slide, of course, is an overview indicating the level of development of import and exports from 2021 to 2025, which also indicate that the figures have largely not moved in terms of exponential growth from 2021 to 2025. And the figures have largely, or rather the amounts have largely remained the same. The next slide, of course, similarly, I think there is some repetition in that slide, but it just seeks, of course, to break it down to more specific elements as well. But the figures are still relatively low. But what we have discussed as DERCO with the DTIC is to ensure that in terms of participation in trade, inter-African trade fairs, and in terms of outward buying missions or inward selling missions, it's very, very important that there is a targeted approach to ensure that there's a lot of engagements and exchanges in terms of trade with the countries of North and Central Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides an important platform to ensure accelerated trade with these countries. In terms of South African business footprint in North Africa, specifically, those honorable members and chair are the list of South African companies which are involved or have invested or have operations, joint ventures, and direct investments in countries of North Africa. In Egypt, for instance, those are examples. A significant investment is from Vodacom, who through their partnership with Vodafone have a significant investment in the telecom sector in Egypt. However, there are some important investment from SMME companies from South Africa. For instance, the investment of Nomulax has increased in Egypt in terms of involvement in the services sector. You still have some investment in property and infrastructure industry by TDKS. So as a result, you are still getting a lot of interest from South African companies investing in the Egyptian market. In terms of let me move on to the next slide. In terms of Morocco, that is the profile, chairperson, honorable members, deputy minister, of the footprint and the level of investment that South African companies have in Morocco. Although we have a fundamental political difference with Morocco on the issue of the principled position on Western Sahara, there is a growing presence of South African companies in Morocco. But what we have always stood by as DIRCO is that in our engagements with the DTIC, small business development, and the economic role players, we have always emphasized that investment in Morocco should not be investment in, or should not lead to investment in the occupied territories of Western Sahara. So there is a clear political direction in terms of the distinction that we make between doing business in broader Morocco and doing business within the occupied territories, and also in line with a European Court of Justice ruling of 2018, which called for European members, or which indicated to European members that they should not invest in various sectors that have operations in Sahrawi territory, including fisheries, phosphates, mining, etc. But in general, that is the scope of investment. We see a growth in South African companies getting into joint ventures with Morocco. EOH, Sanlam, Ethos, Tana Holdings are examples, including some of the established companies from our country. In terms of Central African footprint, South African companies for Cameroon, those are the companies that are invested in Cameroon: Chococam, Tiger Brands, MultiChoice, and Robex Construction. I wish to add here, honorable members, that of course with Cameroon, and generally with some of the countries that we have on the continent, there's often been weak regulatory environments for doing business. And sometimes there are challenges in terms of the protection of investment that is needed for our companies, and some of the disruptions that sometimes happen, and some of the challenges that our companies face in terms of repatriating profits, and also general concerns about the state of doing business. But we are continuously engaging with countries in the regions to ensure that there's ease of doing business. In terms of the Republic of Congo, those are the companies that are invested in various sectors: ecolodge and parks development, wilderness safaris, and also in the logistics sectors. In terms of Gabon, South African companies have opportunities to bid for projects in areas such as energy, public works, transport, digital infrastructure, oil and gas. And these projects, as reported by our embassy in Libreville, amount currently to the value of 240 million euros. So that is a sizable amount that our companies could target in terms of projects to pursue. The Development Bank of Southern Africa has approved projects to the approximate amount of 201 million euros. So there's positive developments in terms of investment in Gabon. Equatorial Guinea has also expressed its interest in South African investment in the aviation sector, particularly the rehabilitation of Malabo Airport. There are also opportunities in development in healthcare facilities, hospitality sector, agriculture, and agro-processing. In terms of Chad, opportunities in infrastructure development are there, and South African entities have been invited to bid, to consider expressing their interest in some of the major projects related to the development of infrastructure. But also there is also an established partnership between DENEL and the government of Chad in terms of the servicing and rehabilitation of some of their military hardware. Therefore, in terms of providing a summary of opportunities in North and Central Africa, those, of course, opportunities can be summarized along these lines. That is, will be infrastructure development, utilization of South Africa's industrial engineering capacity in haulage by building locomotives and rolling stock for the regional markets. And here, Transnet and its subsidiaries could play a very important role in ensuring that we increase our footprint of investment and projects on the in North and Central Africa, but also in general on the African continent. There are still, of course, opportunities in hydrocarbons such as oil, gas, and chemicals, with Algeria, Libya, e.g., Gabon, and Congo-Brazzaville playing a significant role and providing an avenue for investment. Often we are accused by some of the governments in these countries that where opportunities are available, for instance, in providing oil blocks to be explored, our entities are often slow in taking up some of these opportunities. But of course, the picture is much more complex, given some of the challenges that we have in terms of licensing and the regulatory environment in those countries. There are opportunities in gold, copper, iron ore, coal, and critical minerals, such as lithium and cobalt. Chad and the CAR, including Algeria, will be very important sources of critical minerals exploration and cooperation with South Africa. And it's very important for the DMRE, the Council for Geoscience, MINTEC, and other South African stakeholders in mining to work closely with these countries. Of course, it's part of the discussions that have been held within the BNCs and the JCCs to ensure that South Africa makes available its technical skills and comparative advantage in mining to ensure that we are able to help these countries scope or have a mapping of the critical minerals that they have underground, so that then that would become one of the areas that we need to focus on. Aquaculture and fisheries are very, very important. Some of these countries export or rather import a lot of fisheries products because, for instance, in North Africa, largely because of the semi-arid and desert terrain that we have in many countries in North Africa, they then tend to import not only their foodstuff, but some of their fisheries. And of course, there is a need for us to ensure that we become a very important actor in the export of fisheries product to those countries. In agriculture and agro-processing, those opportunities still exist, but there's also an increasing interest in the importation of livestock from South Africa into the North African markets largely. And as a conduit to the market of the Middle East, is very, very important that that avenue of livestock exports is further expanded. There is also an interest in dairy products from South Africa, fruit juices, animal feed, textiles, wood products, bioplastics, medicines and herbal products, and cosmetics, which will provide an important market access even for our small and medium-sized enterprises. The development of safari and wildlife facilities are very, very important. It's very critical for South Africa to position itself, especially in Central Africa, in ensuring that we assist. We have a competitor in Kenya who are working closely with some of these countries to develop the safari and wildlife industries. But we think that South Africa has a good value proposition to work with these countries in that regard. In the area of sports, arts, and cultural diplomacy, this can be a very important avenue as an expression of soft power to deepen people-to-people relations with countries in North and Central Africa. In terms of challenges, these can be summarized as follows in terms of global challenges. The current energy constraints as a result of the attacks on Iran by the United States and Israel, and the responses of Iran are adversely impacting on the economies of North African countries. Of course, the North African countries are intrinsically linked economically, not only with the Mediterranean, but with the Middle East. So by virtue of geolocation, they have also come under increasing constraints. Algeria is struggling, for instance, in terms of the exports of its oil or like liquefied natural gas to the European markets, but similarly, the importation of oil to Mauritania and others is becoming a challenge. Although in the Libyan case, despite Libya being a major oil producer, they've sort of, in this kind of environment, toned down or rather reduced their level of production. Of course, we all understand that this is not only a national decision. Within the OPEC, Organization of Oil Exporting Countries, there are these regimes that these countries have to follow in terms of ensuring accessibility to oil. But the developments in the Straits of Hormuz are also having an impact not only down in Southern Africa and the rest of Africa, but also in Central and North Africa. The challenges that the economies of the regions face, of course, relates to high levels of debt, high inflation, as well as exchange rate instabilities and fluctuations, which are creating deep forex challenges for these countries. Unilateral tariffs imposed on goods of many countries, including in North and Central Africa, are having a negative impact and has raised costs of exports for these countries. Furthermore, this has led to supply chain disruptions. Weak regulatory frameworks in the economies of some countries, it's a factor which I've already alluded to. Rising inequality in several countries despite positive economic growth. The adverse impact of climate change as illustrated by complicated seasonal weather patterns characterized by more intense floods, drought, and other natural disasters such as cyclones and typhoons. Just as what happened in our country, Morocco, Western Sahara, and Tunisia have also experienced outbreaks of extensive flooding in recent months and weeks. So this major phenomena becomes also another critical challenge given changing climate change patterns. Increasing external political influence in regional conflicts such as the Sudan compromise mediation efforts. These countries, especially in North Africa, have a very keen interest in the political stability and security environment in North Africa. Egypt is a major recipient of close to 250,000 refugees fleeing the Sudan civil war. So therefore, any disruptions, whether you talk of the crisis in Somalia or in Somaliland, or any developments of instability in the Gulf of Aden, this will have a direct impact on the countries of North Africa, particularly with Egypt. Conflicts in Libya, the Sahel, Cameroon, CAR, and the Chad, and the unresolved impasse over the question of Western Sahara present a challenge to regional cohesion and political stability. The tensions over the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam with downstream countries, Egypt and Sudan, also presents a particular challenge. Leveraging South Africa's soft power is very, very important. And as a branch and as a department, we have identified levers of influence or levers of projection of interest that can be very important for us to utilize in terms of projecting our national interest. And in this case, the African Renaissance Fund presents, although with limited resources, presents an opportunity to further extend our humanitarian and political support, express solidarity with various countries. Western Sahara is an example which recently, through the ARF, South Africa has assisted with significant supplies of food to mitigate against the effects of drought and recently following major floods. There are plans, of course, in terms of the next 2 financial years to assist in capacitating the educational sector in the camps in Tindouf and Dakhla. So there are efforts to engage, although these are not final, in assisting with the provision of educational facilities. There currently exists the Nelson Mandela Primary School in Tindouf, and the authorities in the Western Sahara have approached the department to assist with the rehabilitation of that historic school. We need also to project values through foreign policy as derived from South Africa's history, constitution, lived experiences, and lessons learned on reconciliation and nation building. We are quite aware that there's an interest from the Libyan side to exchange best practices and engage some of our civil society entities to assist in their transition towards building a reconciled Libya, following the fractures that emerged since the 2011 civil war that led to the demise of the government of Colonel Gaddafi. We also should leverage as a country on our experiences in mediation support, reconciliation, constitution making, and drafting, negotiations, peacemaking, including highlighting the role of women in peace building. Electoral assistance is training, organization, monitoring, evaluation, and the material provisions for electoral bodies is very, very important. South Africa has assisted the CAR through the IEC in the holding of the elections, presidential elections in 2019 and 2021, wherein the IEC was able to provide training to some of the electoral observers in various stations in the Central African Republic, including the provision of the necessary software to count ballots and to tabulate for the results of the elections. It's important to also expand educational and training opportunities and programs through exchange programs, and then the invitation to foreign students to study in our universities. We always have felt that when we have foreign students studying in South Africa, they become indirect emissaries or ambassadors of South Africa's culture, South Africa's experience, and our rootedness in Ubuntu. And as a result, it's very, very important to encourage our higher education institutions to continue attracting the students to come and study in our country. It's also important to continue as South Africa to champion Pan-African integration initiatives and programs by highlighting the economic value proposition of the creative industry in the form of fashion, film, music, artifacts, and to locate this in an African and global context. As we move towards conclusion, we just identified some expected outcomes. Those are generally in the areas of investment. It's very, very important, without going through all the bullets, to emphasize the need to increase investment by South African medium-sized and large companies, including SMMEs on the continent. And we believe that this will be a key game changer in ensuring that the door is open for South African companies to benefit from the avenues available for trade expansion and investment. Support the investment plans of our FDIs, the DBSAs, and IDCs to ensure that they are able to take advantage of bankable projects in railroad, port development, etc. We also need to continue advocating through our embassies and through the DTIC to ensure that there's some level of protection extended to South African companies operating on the continent. The presentation did earlier allude to some of the challenges that our companies are facing on doing business in several regions of our continent. In terms of trade, it's very, very important as well to ensure that trade facilitation takes place. As I indicated, the trade with countries of the region has enormous potential due to opportunities provided by the AfCFTA. This is very, very important, primarily because since January 2024, South Africa has started trading under the structures or mechanisms contained in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to use the platform and perimeters to start trading with those countries, allowing for the exemptions for certain kind of products. So that is very, very important because this has lowered the cost of our exports to some of those countries. The promotion of innovative ways of boosting trade has been identified, and we include our missions, the Department of Small Business Development and the DTIC as key partners and stakeholders in that regard. In terms of tourism, which we have identified as a very key sector that we need to look at in terms of inviting tourists from North and Central Africa, it's important that we emphasize that tourism should be enhanced in order to ensure that South Africa's small and medium-sized tour operators in the transport, guest house and lodges, artifacts, ecotourism, marketing, and experiences industry in both and rural urban settings become part of the tourism value chain. So it's very, very important that as we attract tourist visitors from North and Central Africa, we include the small and medium-sized tour operators and providers of services in the accommodation and transport sector to take advantage of some of these opportunities. And in this regard, DIRCO will work closely with South African tourism, Brand South Africa, and other stakeholders to position the tourism industry as one of the key contributors to the GDP of the country. The branch and the business unit will continue to work closely with missions to develop a tailored tourism approach that recognizes the unique interests, cultural nuances, and travel behaviors of tourists from the North and Central African region. And the tourism approach, of course, will incorporate highlighting uniquely South African attractions, the use of digital marketing and social media campaigns, religious and spiritual connections, collaboration between South African tour operators and those of the sub-region, and the establishment of aviation links and connectivity will be important. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Deputy Minister and colleagues, the North and Central African regions are two distinct yet interrelated sub-regions, which are an integral part of South Africa's overall priorities on the African continent. Political stability, peace, and security in the countries of North and Central Africa are critical factors that need to be addressed, as these have an impact on the enhancement of economic growth and development. South Africa's continued collaboration with countries of this region will enhance national economic diplomacy priorities, which are geared towards addressing the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. These relations will also promote and deepen continental integration. Thank you very much, Chair and members and DG. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation, a very detailed presentation. That is all.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is our presentation. In conclusion, as I said, in North Africa, Algeria, and Egypt are our key countries of focus. But that doesn't mean we're not focusing on others. We continue to service them. But in the coming years, we will deepen cooperation with these two countries. With regards to other smaller countries, we will be looking at infrastructure opportunities. Those are niche areas that we are going to look at. And then lastly, the issue of logistics. Whilst we seek to increase trade with them, but we also have to address issues of logistics, how to get goods faster and at a reasonable price to those destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndate Sokolo. Deputy Minister Elvin Botes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that is our presentation, and I'll obviously come in, Chair, when after Foreign Service respond and just to deal with the political overtures and interventions that you earlier required. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Honorable members, we now have the presentation, so we can engage with the presentation. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please excuse me, I'm in transit at the moment, so I hope that my audio is appropriate
Yes, you are
for the
audible.
meeting. Okay, great. Chair, I firstly just would like to thank the department for the presentation. It was indeed very detailed, and I think Chair, I think
You are breaking up now.
perception does perceive.
Are you in motion?
Yes, Chair. Let me come in later.
Maybe if you've got a safe space to park, just park, and then 3 to 5 minutes, I'm sure you'll be there.
Chair, I will stop in about 10 minutes. So I'll come in at the end after the other members.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Smith. Dr. Lynchfield Chabalala.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much to DECO. It was indeed a detailed presentation. Thank you to the Deputy Minister for those remarks and being willing to come in at the end. Chair, I'm sitting here and I'm really struggling to make sense of our foreign policy right now. I'm looking at Central Africa, and I have to do this, pardon me, to drive the point home. Cameroon has a president who's 92 years old, who's on his 7th term. In Gabon, it started as a coup in 2023, turned into an election in 2025. In the Republic of Congo, a president who's 82 years old on his 5th term, Sassou Nguesso, he's been there for over 40 years. I was still in MK camps as a teenager running around with an AK when he was president. I'm over 60 now. Equatorial Guinea, there's only been 2 presidents ever since independence. This is another Zimbabwe. This president has been there since 1979. His son is the vice president of the country. All of them, if you look at the country's political situation, the first thing that's highlighted is that there's limited political freedom and there's human rights abuses. We have relations with these countries, and we are, even from this presentation, aiming to deepen. And the last statement was that because we are looking at addressing our triple challenges because of the minerals, the oil that are in these countries, true, but so are the Sahel countries. I mean, we can still use the mineral resources that they are having to address our triple challenges. I would rather deal with countries that tell me we are using a military coup for now to chart our foreign policy so that we eradicate neoliberalism and neocolonialism, and they are doing what their people want them to do, than to have countries that have presidents that are waiting to die in office or that come in as coups turned into political freedoms. I mean, I'm struggling to understand how our relations with Central Africa are viewed to be far better than having relations with the 3 Sahel countries at the moment. Especially looking at what the 3 Sahel countries have done. Those coups have not been instituted and people thrown in prison and people harassed in the streets. We don't see the military beating up people in the streets, but we see those countries actually nationalizing mineral resources, doing this and doing that for the people, trying to do exactly what we have coined a radical economic transformation in this country. So I was listening to the presentation and I couldn't grapple with the issue of where's our foreign policy at the moment. And it actually led me to a question that I asked myself: how do we ensure, as DECO, that South Africa's foreign policy decisions align with the interest of the public, especially the majority? Because it looks like at the moment, except for Israel and Palestine, and we commend you for that, ANC. But apart from that, it looks like our foreign policy truly is opening up spaces for the minority in this country, which, I mean, I don't want to be a broken record. You saw the business that is out there in Central Africa and North Africa even now, same as in the East and the West before, same as in the South. So how do we ensure? Because I can tell you now for free, Chair, the bulk of the majority of this country who are Africans, who are Black and especially Africans, are in support of the Sahel countries. So DECO's foreign policy represents who exactly in the Sahel currently? And in terms of these Central African countries, whom some average Africans don't even know, they think Central Africa is a region, not even a country. But we are fighting to inculcate relations with them. Like, who are we representing is my question. I also heard that we are struggling to make way in these two regions. If DECO can maybe tell us, I know they are not easy regions, but maybe if you can just in 4 or 5 lines, just, you know, tell us what is the issue, why are we struggling to make headway? But I think you would struggle to make headway with these dictators, because I think they decide this to then decide that the following day. The question is, should we even be there? And then I also heard we are closing down our mission in Sao Tome and Principe because of funding, and we will allow Gabon to double bank for Sao Tome and Principe, if I heard correctly. Gabon is a former French colony, which means they are French speaking. Sao Tome and Principe are former Portuguese colonies, which means they are Portuguese speaking. I'm not sure if that will play out in our favor, but maybe DECO can just bring us into confidence how that decision was taken. But yeah, I think for me, Chair, just those are my initial reactions. It is the same, this presentation, in terms of opening up opportunities for our people, is the same as in all other regions, which brings me to the conclusion that currently our foreign policy has shut off Africans from partaking in the region, except they go as minors. As I said before, I mean, I've been to 42 African countries, so the Africans you meet mostly in these countries in business are people who are going into mining, where they are not even in charge. It is still white South Africans who would be in charge, would be the engineers. I mean, even the 2 Africans, South Africans who were arrested were engineers. So I'm just yet to see this foreign policy radically change in favor of Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lynchfield Chabala. Honorable Mela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to DM, Bodes, and the DERCO team, and everyone in the platform, including Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also join my colleagues to welcome the presentation, which was indeed in detail on our interest or in the North Central Africa, on how we are pursuing our foreign policy and the interest that we are pursuing on behalf of the people of South Africa. Honorable Chair, let me start by mentioning that South Africa, it keeps on maintaining its cordial diplomatic relations with all countries in North and Central Africa. Of course, guided by its broader foreign policy principle of advancing the African agenda, promoting peace and stability, regional integration, and upholding values such as decolonization and self-determination. These relations are operationalized through a network of diplomatic missions and structured bilateral mechanisms, with a strong emphasis on political solidarity, economic diplomacy, and people-to-people ties. We continue to play a very important role as South Africa in this area in ensuring that we pursue our diplomatic foreign policy, and ensuring that we take home and we ensure that all our South African interests in these areas are being taken care of. So I want to also pose questions with regard to the presentations that have been made here. That what concrete outcomes with signed agreements or investment deals or trade targets that we have met so far, or that has emerged from the December 2024 South African, Algeria, BNC, and state visit? And how will this be tracked through the Plan 2026 follow-up sessions which have been made? Given the elevation of South African Egypt mechanism to BNC level, what specific steps are being taken in 2026 to operationalize it or to protect existing South African investments, for example, in the financial services, in mining, and expand market access under Africa Free Trade Agreement that has been there? And how is DERCO mitigating risk from political instability? For example, in Gabon, post-2023 coup dynamics, which Honorable Ledgefield has already mentioned on here. Cameroon, 2025, post-electoral violence. There's a lot that has already been said about Cameroon and the president's age and many other countries like Libya, Tunisia, challenges that have emerged. Western Sahara impasse that is emerging, while maintaining principled solidarity on decolonization and advancing peace building and mediation initiatives. What is our mitigating risk in these particular areas where there is instability? What role are we playing to ensure that we continue to pursue our foreign policy in the interest of South Africans? With the closure of the South Army and Princep mission from 31 March 2026, which have already been mentioned here, what alternative arrangements to ensure continued promotion of bilateral relations and economic opportunities in Central Africa? And what criteria guide future mission rationalization, resource redirection, and so forth and so forth? Because we understand that pursuing our policy, mostly it is with regard to resource redirection and so forth and so forth. But we also have to maintain a relationship with all these countries through peoples to peoples relations as we pursue our policy. Not mostly because there have to be beneficiation or beneficiary of some sort, but in maintaining that particular relations as African state is also very important. What are the mitigating and alternative arrangements that have been made to mitigate this particular closure and so forth and so forth? And that will be my submission for now, Honorable Chairperson. And we are very much grateful with the inroads that we are continuing to do in the North Africa in pursuing our policy as South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Moel. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Very audible.
Okay, great. Thank you very much to the department for the presentation. It was indeed very thorough, I think, and certainly touched on what is often, I would say, maybe a forgotten region in the Southern African context. I think we tend to focus very much on SADC and forget the other side of the continent where many actually of the most competitive economies on the continent are found. We know that Morocco is emerging as quite a big player in African economies and is certainly doing very well. And obviously Egypt, which has always been one of the top three. Chair, I'm going to go, if I can just think from west to east along the top of the African continent, just ranging through my concerns. I heard the department mention or allude to, but not necessarily fully address the South African or South Africa's official position on the Western Sahara and Morocco. I heard mention of rulings by the European Court of Justice on European companies. I'm not sure what bearing that has on South African foreign policy and certainly on South African investment. But may I please just ask the department to state for the record South Africa's official position on Morocco and the Western Sahara for this committee. I think it is important for the purposes of this discussion. And then, Chair, just on there was mention of terror activity in Libya and a lot of sort of ISIS-sponsored organizations which have caused various or varied amounts, I would say, of instability in the region, certainly threats to democracy, for example. And there was mention of the Wagner Group as well. Now, South Africa bizarrely maintains very good relations with the Russian Federation. I wonder to what extent can the department tell us if they engage with the Russian ambassador in South Africa as to the Wagner Group's presence in African countries and the destabilization efforts that continue to undermine democratic initiatives, which certainly don't advance South Africa's interest, nor the African interest as a whole. If there's any diplomatic initiative there to engage Russia on these state-linked and state-sponsored initiatives on the continent. And then, Chair, just I'm looking at trade, and I was very interested to hear about the opportunity for trade, certainly in the agri-processing or agriculture and agro-processing sectors, which I think is a burgeoning market in what is predominantly a Muslim area. I know that South African beef, for example, is very popular in many Gulf states, and I think there's certainly many untapped markets in the Muslim world of North Africa that I think South Africa needs to tap into. But outside of that, I wonder to what extent the South African government is looking at our automotive sector. We know that many of those, if not all of those countries in Northern Africa, are left-hand drive vehicles. And we export many models for the left-hand drive market, specifically to North America. I wonder to what extent DIRCO and perhaps DTIC is looking at those as potential markets for South African automotives and how we can use that as an incentive to grow South Africa's automotive industry. I think it makes sense for us to export South African manufactured goods within the continent beyond just the Southern African region and into markets that we already produce vehicles for. I wonder to what extent, if the department can let us know if there are initiatives underway to secure this or these trade routes, and if not, whether there will be any initiatives in future going forward. I think in the broader context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we must start looking at these markets, these regional blocks, as the department mentioned, the unique set of circumstances that they present in terms of trade opportunity and where South Africa can fill those gaps. I really think it's important for us to consider that potential. Then, Chair, just my last question is around Egypt. I know that through the course of the conflict in the Middle East, certainly between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, my understanding is that the southern border between Gaza and Egypt remained closed for much of the conflict, and there was very little assistance to refugees, for example, due to various circumstances. I'd just like to know if the South African government at any stage engaged the Egyptian embassy or even the Egyptian government to try and open channels there to alleviate humanitarian concerns on Palestinian refugees. And if not, why not? Because there's been commensurate action taken, I think, in various different ways to attend to the conflict. But it doesn't seem as if much has been done with neighboring African countries to alleviate humanitarian concerns. So if the department could please just take us through that as well. Thank you.
Is it just my device or the chairperson is not here, not speaking?
I can't
It's
hear him
not you
either.
alone.
Have we lost the chair?
It looks like.
I think we have lost the chair. I think Mr. Sikola, can you please just check on the chair?
Honorable members, I'm sorry I got disconnected. I don't know what's the reason. Is Honorable Smith back?
He's done talking, Chair.
He's not back.
I'm here, Chair. I finished my submission.
Or you were able to come back?
Yes, I was.
Okay, Honorable Datlas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Sorry, can you hear me? I just had a
Yes,
problem
yes.
unplugging. Thank you. Let me start by saying thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and just greet the Deputy Minister Botas and Ambassador and all the DIRCO representatives. Thank you for the presentation. And then also, I want to greet you all as usual in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and in the language of the Koen San people. Taites. Very, very, very good day to all of you. We appreciate the briefing on the work of the branch Africa, Mr. Chair, and particularly in the strategically important regions of North and Central Africa to us. You know, we are here in the southernmost part of South Africa, but those areas are very, very important for us economically and diplomatically, as well as militarily, Mr. Chair. These regions are not just peripheral, they are central to Africa's future economic architecture, geopolitical alignment, and the resource sovereignty of our nation, as well as the continent. And these areas are very, very key in order in keeping stability and looking at a future Pan-African vision where through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and Free Trade Area, we actually finally escape the poverty trap that Africa has been put in because of colonialism in the past, and also colonial extraction today. However, Mr. Chair, we must move beyond just presentations of activities, engagements, and interrogate the impact of what's been done. For over 3 decades, South Africa has pursued a foreign policy rooted in Pan-African solidarity and multilateralism, particularly through the African Union. Yet today, we must ask a difficult but necessary question. Has this approach translated into measurable economic transformation for our people and diplomatic successes for us as a country? Because we seem to be doing something more of a exercise, a diplomatic exercise, than truly a measurable impact, Mr. Chair. And where there is a measurable impact, that measurable impact, as proven by the list of companies that was displayed to us that is operating in these areas, are predominantly white-owned monopoly capital companies who are listed on the JSE and are beneficiaries of apartheid and colonial land dispossession of the black majority and of the Koen San people in South Africa. So we need to make sure, Mr. Chair, that we are benefiting the black majority, that we're benefiting black youth entrepreneurs, that we're benefiting local manufacturing and beneficiation of our resources. And right now we are not doing that. And we're not doing that even in these areas. In Central Africa, and the Community Mission in the DRC. Yet, despite these sacrifices where we've actually lost people, yeah, so I think somebody tried to disturb me there. Despite where we've lost people and the military has been involved, what has been the return for us diplomatically? What has the return secured for us as the South African taxpayer who funds these? What is the economic return? What strategic advantage have we secured? How are South African industries benefiting from the work we're doing here in the North and Central African spaces? And countries like Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria, as we saw from the presentation, we see of our population with strong links to Europe, the Middle East, wealth is proportionately low. Che, this is percent. Che, this is not.
It's getting worse now. Honorable Douglas, we keep losing you.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just moving my position where I am.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. While there are many other actually taking positions that South Africa should occupy in leading peace negotiations, in leading economic transformation negotiations, in leading Africa unity negotiations, in leading SADC negotiations that contribute towards African Parliament, Mr. G. These are things we should be leading, but we are actually just standing by and watching all of these things happen around us. There are even global actors like China, Russia, the United States, and I hear what Honorable areas. But the question is, if they weren't there, the reality is that area would still be under the control of the French, under the control of Western forces. And we must ask, versus the footprint of a country like China, which has one base in Northern Africa, the bases of AFRICOM, there's multitudes of them on the African continent. So when you match apples for apples and pears for pears, it's not Russia or China that is the problem. It is the United States of America. It is the EU. It's NATO. They are the ones that are mostly interfering in Francophone countries and other countries, Mr. Chair, especially in North and Central Africa. So when it comes to saying what is actually happening, we as South Africans must play a role to promote a new wave of Pan-Africanism on the continent. And MK is going to lead that charge, Mr. Chair. We must also confront the slow and uneven implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is ridiculous, Mr. Chair. It's been a decade, and we've got hardly any benefit from it for us as a people, Mr. Chair. This flagship continental initiative was meant to unlock intra-African trade, yet our businesses still struggle to access markets in Central and North Africa. Chairperson, the time has come for a fundamental shift in how DIRCO operates. South Africa must move from symbolic diplomacy to economic liberation diplomacy, Mr. Chair. So we need to align our diplomatic missions with trade and industrial strategies. We need leveraging of peacekeeping deployments into structured economic partnerships, and we need to build Pan-African value chains, particularly in minerals, energy, and manufacturing. If we fail to do so, Mr. Chair, we risk maintaining a foreign policy that is principled but not transformative, has no impact, and has no return for the Black majority in this country where poverty is still rife. We need to take the land back, we need to take the resources back, beneficiate them, and trade with Africa and build our power through BRICS Plus and other organizations as a non-aligned government. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the department's presentation, but I think we can do much better. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Mthongo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourselves, colleagues, and the team from DIRCO, as well as South Africans who might be following the proceedings of this committee online, Chair. Chair, let me first raise my concern. You know, Chair, you have asked that the DM, in his statements that he's going to make as closing statements, he speaks for about a minute or two, about the ambassador designate of the US into South Africa. I think Chair will not be doing justice to that topic if the DM is the one who just speaks for 2 minutes and we leave it at that. Chair, last week ourselves we wrote to your good self on behalf of the EFF and as members of this committee that we are proposing, Chair, that we must have an urgent special meeting, portfolio committee meeting to address this matter, but also to look and explore at oversight for us as a committee to do oversight, our oversight responsibility, and to determine the appropriate diplomatic response to this matter that we'll propose ourselves as a committee to DERCO. And we have DERCO being present in that meeting, presenting to us how one, because I think around towards end of February, Mr. Pozelle presented his letter of credence to DDG Monyela at DERCO offices in Pretoria. We understand they have not been accepted by the president as of yet, but they have now been presented to DERCO itself. And we must consider, and when we look at this matter, we want it to be a full committee meeting so that when we look at this matter, we check his previous comments and stance that Mr. Pozelle had towards apartheid South Africa, and what was his position then, and what are the statements of record that he made as soon as he was also nominated by the US President Donald Trump to come and be the ambassador of the US in South Africa. We track all the things that he said. We get DERCO to compile those records for us and submit it to us. And we look at those all of those matters, and we really consider as a portfolio committee and have a stance or a way forward as a committee that we're going to propose to DERCO that as a committee, we do not approve that this man's credence be accepted. Or we are proposing that he should be expelled with immediate effect or declared a persona non grata. Any diplomatic appropriate step or response to how he has been behaving. Because, Chair, for us as the EFF, the behavior of Mr. Pozelle is not an accident, it's not a mistake. It was calculated, it was planned, and he knew what he was doing. In that his news conference, there was one, the Democratic Alliance and the Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town government leaders. Number two, there was AfriForum, there was a Solidarity movement. So it tells you that his statement that he made, it was not an accident, it was planned, it was calculated. And it did not only stop after he was demised. He now continues to meet with members of cabinet, members who serve in the government of national unity, which is led by President Ramaphosa, which is still is a clear sign of what the man is doing. He met with Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. He met with our Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. I'm worried when a person like Pozelle meets our Deputy Minister of Defense. If you are not worried, Chair, as we are worried, what is it that is discussing with our Deputy Minister of Defense? A very strategic portfolio that entails security of the country. So all of us should be worried, Chair, and I would like to call on you, Chair, to respond on that letter we've sent to your office. Either explain to us when will that meeting be convened, and if that meeting will not be convened, why not? We really should be given reasons to these things. Number two, Chair, before I get into the report, I want to comment, about the nefarious decision of CAF last night to award AFCON champions title to Morocco. It is a very nefarious decision that seeks to tarnish not only the reputation of CAF, but football as a sport in Africa. It should be, all of us, Chair, should call it for what it is. It's a shame what CAF is willing to do for a country like Morocco. And we must, all of us, really and support Senegal. They've indicated that they are taking the matter to the arbitration for sports in Switzerland. Let's hope there'll be positive results coming from that. But there's only one champion of CAF 2020. It's only one champion. It's the Senegal team that all of us ought to support and pride ourselves with how they've played You know, football, Chair, is a game that is won on the field. It's not won in boardrooms. Now we're hearing that they are awarding Morocco 3 goals and 0 goals to Senegal. Who scored those goals? Did Patrice Motsepe score the goals? Who scored those goals of Morocco, really? We're worried, Chair, who scored those goals. And they should not bring such shame to a beautiful sport, football, that is loved so dearly by many Africans and South Africans alike. Now, getting into the report, Chair, thank you, Terko, for these reports. I want to raise, Chair, I heard other colleagues saying it's a well-detailed report. Indeed, it is. But my comment is that we get, from this report, we always get the list of South African companies that are operating in these foreign countries. But we're never given the list of these, of the foreign companies from these countries that are operating here in South Africa. I think it is very important to also get that list, DM and DTG, given to us, of those list of companies that are operating in South Africa from these foreign companies, so that you know, when we make decisions on buying products and procuring services as South Africans, we are aware which products are from which country. I'll give you an example. Ourselves as the EFF, we've got a problem with Morocco because they've illegally occupied Western Sahara. And I think one of the colleagues asked that Terko state their position on Morocco and Western Sahara. But I think it's clear, South African stance has always been clear that South Africa supports the people of Western Sahara, and we really condemn the behavior of Morocco on their illegal occupation of Western Sahara. But this must translate into, you know, we can't condemn Morocco for their behavior and then we maintain diplomatic and trade relations DM with Morocco, yet we condemn them for their behavior. And then it begs the question that was raised also by Dr. Litchfield Chabalala, that what is our foreign policy in this issue? You know, when you look at a country like Cameroon, that post-electoral violence was expected. If anyone didn't expect it, then they are not in touch with reality. Because if you look at the Cameroonian president, Paul Biya, he's the oldest sitting head of state at the age of 93 years. And the man has been a president since 1982, long before myself, Honorable Kumbata, I think Honorable Moyela, Honorable Smith. Yeah, long before the honorable members I've mentioned and myself were even born. The man has been the president for that long. And also when you look at the president of Equatorial Guinea, the man has been in office since 1979. He's the world's longest serving president, if you exclude monarchs. He's been a president for the longest of time. And I don't know what happened in Cameroon. You might call it democracy. We are willing to interact and have diplomatic and trade relations with Cameroon because there's democracy, there's elections. But those elections are a shame. They are not a democratic outcome. They are just a shame. That's what they are. People are suppressed. The views of people. We see what happens during pre-elections, post-elections, and we're quiet in South Africa, and we want to maintain those diplomatic relations. Now, there was the presentation says that we anchor Algeria and Egypt as very strategic anchors of this region. But if you check the last bilateral meetings that was held with Algeria was December 2024. The last bilateral meeting that was held between South Africa and Egypt was April 2024. How are we saying that these two countries are strategic for us in that region, yet the bilateral meetings are not happening as frequent as possible? What could be the reason behind not having more frequent bilateral meetings and engagements and signing of more trade or memorandums of understanding between these two countries, if really indeed we're saying these two countries are strategic and they anchor our presence in that region? What are the practical steps that we are doing as DERCO to ensure that this strategic relationship that we have identify really works for our advantage, and you ensure that you prioritize more meetings for these two countries. When are the next scheduled meetings of Algeria and as well as Egypt? Now, Chair, when the report was presented under challenges, I have a problem with how the first sentence was constructed. The first sentence must be corrected, Chair. The article says that the attacks on Iran by US and Israel shouldn't just be attacks on Iran. We should state it clearly that it is illegal and unjustified attacks on Iran by US and the Zionist state of Israel. That's how we should term it, because we can't just say it attacks as if it's innocent attacks. It's illegal and it is unjustified. Really take this opportunity, Chair, to condemn the UN Security Council and to really drive home the point that was made by the EFF since 2013, that the UN Security Council ought to undergo radical transformation. The UN Security Council met and took resolution to condemn Iran, how they have been conducting themselves in defending themselves against the illegal and unjustified attacks by the US and the Zionist state of Israel. But the UN Security Council is silent on this war that was started by Israel and the United States. They are silent, they are not condemning it, but they are quick to condemn Iran on their mechanism that they've used to defend themselves. Now, the UN Charter protects sovereignty and prohibits arbitrary use of force with no exception for Israel, the US, and all their allies. So I think Iran ought to be given and be allowed to defend itself. There's no country that can just attack you and you keep quiet and you allow bases of your neighbors being used to attack you by the enemy under the gist that no, you can't attack your neighbor because while my neighbor is housing my enemy and the enemy is having weapons of mass destruction overlooking my house, saying that they're going to use those bases. And they, in fact, indeed use those places to attack you. And we say Iran must be quiet and not defend itself. I think last issue I want to raise, Chair, is that DM last week, when we received a presentation of the ARF, it was revealed that the funds for Project Mobile Modular School to the Sahara refugee camp have not been utilized at all. Can you, DM and the DERCO team, ensure that the humanitarian aid that we have committed through ARF is seen through and it's implemented? It can't be that we get an allocation from National Treasury to do these things, and we have proposals, we make presentation when a budget vote of the department is presented and it gets adopted with these items. Yet, when it's time to implement, some of these things are not implemented. The funds allocated are not used at all. Can you, DM, ensure that DERCO follows through these things and ensures that they fully implement the ARF proposed projects as adopted through the budget votes, budget vote number 6 of Parliament, but also DM clarify us really on the stance of foreign policy of South Africa in these regions of North and Central Africa in relation to these countries whose democracy is a sham, yet you are shining upon the Western, the Sahel region, that there's no democracy, then you can't maintain diplomatic relations with them. Yet you maintain diplomatic relations with countries like Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, that really their democracy is a shame. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mhlongo, the lady in red. Honorable members, I made a mistake at the beginning of the meeting by not welcoming and acknowledging a new member to our Committee on International Relations and Cooperation. Is Honorable Nolumango. Honorable Nolumango has been added to this committee, so we welcome you. Honorable Nolomango, you can take this opportunity, a few seconds, to greet the members and the department. Okay, we will come back to Honorable Nolomango. Honorable Kumbatwa.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to yourself and the DM Porters who's present with us today, and my fellow honorable members and
Just hold on, Honorable Kumbatwa. Let me just check if there's a point of order here. There's a hand. Or it's your hand. Okay, it's your hand, Honorable Kumbatwa. You can lower
Yes, it's my hand.
Now that you're on the platform.
Okay, no, let me lower it, yes. And yeah, greetings to the team from DERCO and also from Parliament. Chair, let me first start by welcoming and acknowledging the report which was presented to us, which was quite comprehensive in its nature. And I just have three questions or areas of concern from my side. I think let's start by, emphasizing that we know that Central Africa remains rich in natural resources, but yet its people continue to face underdevelopment and economic exclusion. So I just wanted to check what steps is the department on behalf of South Africa ensuring that its economic diplomacy promotes beneficiation, industrialization, and inclusive growth rather than reinforcing extractive neo-colonial economic patterns. And then secondly, young people across Africa and also South Africa remain marginalized from key diplomatic and economic processes despite being the majority. So what concrete programs exist to connect and empower youth across North and Central Africa in building a shared Pan-African political and economic agenda, which will benefit young people, especially those in South Africa? And then lastly, Chair, with the closure of the Sao Tome and Principe mission from the 31st of March this year, what alternative arrangements ensure continued promotion of bilateral relations and economic opportunities in Central Africa? And what criteria guide the future mission resource redirection? Thank you, Chair.
Well, thanks, Honorable Kumbatwa. Honorable Nolomango, are you on? Yes, you are on the platform, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Chair.
Earlier on, I was saying that I made a mistake when we commenced the meeting by not welcoming Honorable Ronalda Nolomango, who is an MP coming from the Western Cape. She's from the African National Congress. So I thought I must officially welcome you to the Portfolio Committee in the presence of the department, for them to be aware that you are now part of the collective of the International Relations Portfolio Committee. Do you want to take a second or two to greet the department and members?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for welcoming to the Portfolio Committee on International Relations. And greetings to our Honorable Deputy Minister, Alvin Botha, and all honorable members, as well as members from the department that are present in today's meeting. I sent a message, and now when you are not acknowledging the message, it means that I've probably sent it, I don't know where, but I try to say thank you, Chairperson, in the message that I sent online. But thank you so much, Chair, and I'm in the learning stage of IR, so I will just follow your lead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nolomango. I know you are from tourism as the chairperson there. I used to be a chairperson of tourism in 2019 before I was migrated to international relations. Tourism is part of the international agenda of South Africa from an economic diplomacy perspective. So it will be of value to the people of South Africa Parliament and this portfolio committee that you will be bringing to this portfolio committee. Just before I give over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister Bottas, I have made this proposal before about us as South Africa leading a process which is going to go through the AU, culminating into an agreement to have one electoral commission for South Africa. And I think that because we have an instrument called the African Renaissance Fund, we can, working with those who will support us, like the European Union, to bring in the funds, make a proposal that can be tabled, if it's not yet tabled, that in Africa, there must be one electoral commission using one system from an IT perspective. It will be, for me, one of the things that can undermine some of the neo-colonial challenges that we face, because all these challenges that we are moaning about here, violence this, violence that, instability this, instability that, people staying for too long in positions and so on, is just a consequence of neo-colonialism. So I want to suggest that DERCO can identify relevant institutions of research here in the country and in the continent and globally that we can work with to agree that around 2028, 2029, there will be one electoral commission in the African continent. Then you know that there's predictability and certainty in terms of strengthening systems that will bring some sense of secured credibility in as far as the process and the outcomes of our elections are concerned. Of course, there are security matters which at the same time have to be discussed with across the African continent through the AU with regard to safeguarding the elections and its processes, which will be about police, intelligence, and the military. And I think if we push harder to have an electoral commission, it will impose a responsibility on other member states within the African continent to move towards the same direction. So that's the first proposal, and I hope we can do that. In as far as the minerals complex in the continent is concerned, I think going forward in future, we must go beyond the reports on what exists in the African continent in terms of the embeddedness of mineral resources. I'll make an example. In South Africa here, we've got a well-advanced, well-standard geoscience as an institution that helps us with research. The sooner as Africans and as the African continent, we move towards having this, what we have here in South Africa, as one African body of geoscience that deals with minerals under the auspices of the AU and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So that when you want to invest in Africa, you know at the press of a button, it's able to give you the rest of the continent on the type of minerals we have. And South Africa has got the technology, the experience, which can be discussed with other member states, and we simply extend that capacity throughout the continent, working with other member states in the world who are willing and have committed through the G20 to assist Africa, particularly the European Union. The European Union has got an obligation to do that because most of our colonizers are from the European Union. So we need to, as part of the earlier discussion we had about 4 weeks ago, as part of reparation, push this agenda so that we move beyond. Yes, talking about what is there is important, but we need to move beyond it and systematize issues, with regard to, as I've said, science around embeddedness of these minerals, the procedures on how people apply to get mining permits in the African continent. I know that here in South Africa, we still have problems where there's a lot of corruption around mining permits, they are not digitized and so on. But I'm sure we can move towards that direction as part of this African unity. So that this African unity is not just discussed in meetings of the African Union. Then we will know that from an empirical perspective, as Africa, we can do proper quantification of what is about to come in the future. So that this young population that we brag about in Africa, that it is one of the most important variables for the economy going forward. That young population must be linked to how they must exploit these opportunities, the skills we must develop for them to exploit these opportunities to grow the African economy. So African unity can actually come through some of those efforts that can then undermine this neocolonialism, which is ravaging in the African continent. Now we are against each other now about whether this is a true democracy or it's not a true democracy. Why? Because there's neocolonialism, which is at play and pushing this agenda. We become impatient with one another and so on, because we are looking at the standards somewhere and we look at democracy from the perspectives of the standards that are set by our former colonizers. So I just hope that working with universities and other research institutions, the ARF fund can also be used to help us to move in that direction. There was a proposal by Honorable Litchfield, the doctor, about new Pan-Africanism, which is going to emanate from the MK party. If there's a document on that, Honorable Doctor, it will be useful to discuss it. And maybe you can bring it here as a member so that we can look at how it enhances what we have already, like the Africa Free Continental Area, the 2063 agenda of Africa, and so on. So it will be useful for us to do that. Honorable Mthongo is right. This decision by CAF yesterday, maybe what we must do is to wait for the outcome of the appeal. I'm not a soccer player, but I know that if not all the players leave the field of play, you can't deem the team to have moved out of the field of play. Because not all the players of Senegal moved out of the field of play. Actually, Africa should be applauding one of the best soccer players from the continent here, who intervened in that situation better than the CAF leadership which was there on the day, because he took it upon himself to intervene in that situation. So we hope that the appeal can look at this matter differently. it also demonstrates that there's a bit of problems of leadership in the African continent. I mean, if you've got leaders in the continent, they would have known that somehow there's this thing coming. And behind the scenes, they should have intervened on this matter so that you don't reach the stage where we are now going to be polarized again because some people somewhere said and decided to inflict pain, not only on the Senegalese players, the association there, the Senegalese people, but the majority of people in Africa who support the victory by Senegal in that CAF competition. I'm now giving over to you, Honorable Bottas. Please, in your response, cover this thing of whether in South Africa we have had a precedence where before an ambassador designate is accordingly processed through the presidency in terms of credentials, where members of the executive already arrange meetings with such ambassador designates. There are other ambassador designates who are around here, and we don't see members of the executive arranging meetings with them. There's parading and jostling for proximity to meet and greet and touch the ambassador designate of the US, when there are others who are waiting here, the ambassador designates, consulate generals. We don't see the eagerness which we see from other members of the executive to do the same, wanting to meet them. So if in your response, you can just indicate whether we have had this in the past, whether this is the practice, is convention, and whether it's something we must accept and live with. That if Honorable Mhlongo is a president, her members of cabinet can, without her approval and knowledge, go and meet some ambassador designates as and when they want to do so, when they are members of the executive, without you, Honorable Mhlongo, as the president, having yet to accept the credentials of the ambassador designate. Moreover, that is done when DERCO has convened the ambassador designate to express its displeasure on some of the assertions that were made in the Hermanas encounter with the ambassador designate. Please, Honorable Deputy Minister, I would like you to respond to that when you respond. I'm going to give over to you, but I see here there's a man of God who has raised a hand. This man of God is Honorable Dr. Bishop Meshu, Reverend Meshu.
You, so many titles. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to ask for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I missed the first hour because I'd lost my keys. I was all over. So that's why I didn't participate in the discussions this morning. But the point you concluded with, if you allow me, I wanted to say one or two things about it.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I think it was Honorable Mhlongo who asked the question, who scored the goals that were given to Morocco? Who scored the goals? That's a very relevant question. And you also are correct to say it is not every player that left the field, which is true. And so it is unfortunate that CAF has decided to bring such a hard and knock on the winners, which is Senegal, that we should support. So my proposal is rather than wait for the appeal, why don't we consider South Africa adding to the appeal? Because the point you raise is very, very relevant and important. In the appeal that has been made, we are not sure whether there is anybody who raised the fact that all the players of Senegal did not leave the field. And on that basis, we don't agree with what CAF is trying to do. So rather than wait for the appeal, maybe to be lost, why don't we add on to our voice to that appeal so that if this important point you raised is also considered? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Reverend. We must also pray for those who are handling these matters too, so that God can work on their hearts and their minds. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think just for the purposes of completeness, Reverend Mesho is not the only man of God, Chairperson. So you should not necessarily be able to.
Yes, that's very true. If I said he's the only one, then I made a mistake. He's not the only one.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, look, the first issue, and our acting head of state protocol is here, so I'll ask him to do an intervention also. But Chair, I think there is what I refer to the diplomatic, protocols, which generally holds that your heads of missions designate generally should not be able to maintain high level contact with government ministers and are obviously not able to execute particular diplomatic functions, including high level contact, which ordinarily a head of mission duly accredited, of which the levels of accreditation is when the president exceeds to the nomination thereof. So the recipient, when he arrived in this instance in the country of his assignment, duly hand over the fact that he has been nominated, that details to the Foreign Service of South Africa, and DDG Monyela was the recipient of that. And then in practice, Chairperson Terko then prepares the necessary documentation and to the presidency in relation to the designated head of mission. And the president then thereafter at a date, decided, then are able to engage on a favorable gesture of receiving and accepting the actual nomination. So DG Monella will obviously go into detail with that issue. I know, Chair, that where the rules ordinarily, where there is a bit of a salient feature, is when there is this type of what we call party political engagements, because I have seen what the communique issued by DM Holomisa. It has not been issued in his capacity as a member of the executive of government, but as the head of the political party which he is leading. And I have also not seen the the communique issued by Minister Mackenzie, whether it amplified whether it was a party political engagement or actually a government engagement. Ordinarily, Chair, we should frown on the fact if any member of the GNU executive are meeting with a designate diplomatic, head of mission. But I think just maybe for the purposes of completeness, I would obviously want DDG Monyela to come in regards to that issue once I have concluded my other points, Chair. The second issue, Chair, and I think DDG Monyela will speak about the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations of 1963, and in particular Article 5, which foreground the imperative of the provision of consular functions, and Article 6, Chair, which speaks about the interface of nationals. So there's what you call rights, duties, privileges, and obligations that obviously from the South African government we are exercising in regards to the matter of our citizens, which has found themselves in a conflict zone. I think important for the portfolio committee, Chair, you would recall that this portfolio committee was central to institutionalize and the part to the actual National Assembly in 1998 on the occasion of the passing on the regulation of Foreign Military Assistance Act, Act 15 of 1998, which evidently, Chair, it prohibits and regulates the provision of military or military-related assistance, mercenary activities, and security services by either South African citizens or South African entities abroad, Chair. And the Act has been very explicit that at a particular stage, the authorization from the National Arms Convention Control Committee for any such services, should it have been granted, comes then into force. So we are seized with this matter both from the consular side of things, but also in terms of the implementation of the law to obviously look at issues about accountability, Chairperson, because I think we are at seeing that the pen holder or the pen holders in relation to this matter, we must bring to book. And then the third issue, Chair, really it's about one of our aspirations of the African Union, which speaks about the need to deepen democracy and governance on the continent. Now you will understand, Chair, that firstly there is also what you call the territorial integrity and sovereignty of member states of both the UN and of the AU. So in this instance, Chair, with the issues about Congo, Brazzaville, for example, there is an issue of they have in their democratic architecture the issues about the independent electoral commission. They, like South Africa, obviously also have your constitutional court, Chair, and then complemented by that is then your regional economic communities, their mechanism in terms of the observer mission. So, for example, the AUC Observer Electoral Commission chairperson has been led by former President Akufo-Addo, the former president of Ghana, and the regional economic group have obviously, from the community of Central African countries, has not as yet issued any statement. So both the regional economic community and the Commission of the AU, Chair, Observer Electoral Missions, are still seized with looking at the occasion of the pronouncement of the results by the Interior Minister, working backwards to the release through a media statement of the Commission of the results. So in that regard, Chair, that is obviously where we are. And I think as South Africa, we look at in this instance, because this regional economic group is not within our particular region, we then look at what is the optics also from the African Union's electoral observer mission. And at this stage, obviously, Chair, we don't necessarily would want to make a particular statement. But for completeness, Dr. Pitswane can also come in when I have concluded my overall intervention. Now, Honorable Chair, this is exactly what members have spoken about. And I know that we are members of the Pan-African Parliament, PAP. The structure of the African, architecture on good governance and democracy is a method, Chair, that we are able to engage as member states, and obviously now through our chair as SADC, with the African Union Commission, and obviously ultimately for those discussions to find expression at the Assembly of Heads of States and of Government that annually convenes in others. But I think we should be reluctant, Honorable Chairperson, to cast aspersion on how countries conduct themselves in relation to their own democratic dividend. For an example, you have a situation where the South African Constitution has an imperative of basically 2 terms, that is 10 years. That imperative, Chairperson, constitutionally underpinned, is not necessarily the same imperative that other states have. But if a country, for example, have a like Uganda, as the constitution does allow for a president to stand for more than 2 or 3 terms, that is an issue that we are submitting, Chair. Important for the constitutional, protagonists of that country to engage with. But obviously there is what you call certain engagements from the good office of the AU Commission that we could obviously nudge, your Pan-African Parliament, probably to look at of what constitute good democratic dividend in relation to the issues about the tenure of the elections of people. And once again, like I've said, Ambassador Seokolo will also probably be able to make an engagement. There was one point, unfortunately, Chair, that has been raised. And Morocco and South Africa has a bilateral relationship, Chair. So there was a nuance that was made that we don't have a bilateral diplomatic relationship. We do maintain diplomatic relations with Morocco, although we obviously, Chair, in terms of the self-determination of the people of Western Sahara, are not at sync with their foreign policy position, especially in regards to the Saharaui people and their self-determination. I think the matter what Ambassador Siokolo have raised is that Morocco is part of the top performing economies on the African continent. There is the imperative of making sure that we honor what our forebears have envisaged on self-determination, which is embedded within the Constitutive Act of the African Union. And equally so, Chair, we obviously need to contrast and look at that in terms of the broader balance of power, in terms of political economy, is how do we have this bilateral relationship? What is the form and the content and the shape it should take? given the imperatives of our national triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, how do we engage economically with Morocco without necessarily seeming to negate on a principled matter in terms of their conduct with the self-determination of the people of Sahari. So I thought I must importantly just raise that matter as a key issue, Chair. And yeah, like I've said, you know, the the main issue that members have obviously raised this morning, I think, is that we need to be, when we speak about Pan-Africanism, Chairperson, Pan-Africanism must imply the better integration of our countries economically. And I think there is a sense which we have gotten this morning where members says that this economic diplomacy, it must be reconcilable with our broader Pan-African vision, but there must be certain, obviously, strategic benefits that our both bilateral relationships, Chair, and through our regional participation in peace diplomacy initiative should evidently produce. So I think we take it from there, and I thought maybe, Chair, if we can have state protocol, DDG Monella, who is also substantively the acting DG, come in on the issues about Ukraine and just the conduct of heads of missions designate. Ambassadors Kolo and Dr. Pichwani can come in relation to the issues about governance, the electoral issues, the reforms in relation to the African continent. Thank
you very much, Deputy Minister, and good morning to the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and my colleagues at DERCO, Ambassador Siokolo and the team. The Chair, I wanted to start with the issue that the DM has asked me to deal with, and perhaps just spend about 30 seconds on it to explain the process of accrediting a new ambassador that arrives in South Africa. And then I will then speak to what has since developed with regards to the new US ambassador. So before an ambassador is appointed, the sending state will confidentially seek the agreement of the receiving state, a document called an agreement, but it's basically an agreement. So they'll make that request and submit a formal note verbal with the candidate's CV, profile, etc., etc. And then the receiving state does have the right to accept, approve, or decline based on the work that they may do in vetting that nominee. But once this is done, then the ambassador designate, once the agreement is given, then the ambassador designate will then officially travel to the receiving state, and the receiving state will be informed through diplomatic channels from the date of arrival, etc., so that he is received before all the other processes kick in. So this was done in the case of the ambassador, the new ambassador of the United States. And once arriving in the country, the ambassador designate then begins the preliminary protocol issues. One, they are expected to present copies of their letters of credence, as well as a letter which recalls the previous incumbent, the previous ambassador. And this is done or presented to the Chief of State Protocol. So this was done. The original copies are then presented to the head of state in an official credential ceremony. Now, this is where I need to explain an existing arrangement applicable in South Africa, by the way, which is not unique to South Africa. South Africa normally hosts two credential ceremonies where ambassador designates present to the head of state, normally in the beginning or the first half of the year, around March, April. There will be a credential ceremony for ambassadors who would have arrived prior to that event to present to the president. The second one is normally held towards the end of the year, September, October, thereabout. Now, if you think about it practically, it means an ambassador who arrives in April will have to wait for October to present their letters of credence to the head of state before they are accredited and can start working. Confronted with this reality, a decision was taken under the leadership of the previous minister at DERCO with the presidency. This was duly approved and is now being implemented, where once the new arrivals of ambassadors designates present copies of their letters of credence and the one that recalls the previous incumbent to the Chief of State protocol, the arrangement, which has been duly approved, as I say, says once this happens, where copies are presented, they are allowed to work. And this is to avoid waiting in the country in certain cases for close to a year and not being able to function because we are waiting for the credential ceremony. This arrangement is not unique to South Africa. Many countries have a similar arrangement where once copies are presented to the Chief of State protocol, ambassador designates are allowed to work and considered duly accredited, with the proviso that they still have to present the original copies, of course, to the head of state and are then accorded the full diplomatic immunities in line with the Vienna Convention. So in the case of Ambassador Bozel, he did present copies. And as I say, given the arrangement that I'm talking about, he is then allowed to work. What they may not do, and this is always explained to all of them, is high-level meetings because they still have to present to the head of state. So I suppose there's an issue there. And linked to this, the chairs asked the question to the deputy minister for us to explain what happened with the démarche. This decision was taken on the back of the pronouncements in the Western Cape, Hermanus, where a statement was made that I don't care about what your courts have said. We viewed this as undiplomatic. It's certainly not in keeping with diplomatic etiquettes. And a decision was then taken to call in the ambassador, summon, for us to express our displeasure with this conduct. And the ambassador accepted that this, with the benefit of hindsight, shouldn't have been said. He apologized, and he even put it in the public domain, a retraction, and emphasized that the independent judiciary in South Africa still gets recognition and respect of the United States, and walked back these comments. But I must just say, Chair, that in the two meetings that we've had with him, we were heartened by the approach, and perhaps we haven't put this in the public domain. We asked him the question, what do you understand to be your mandate as the new ambassador of the United States of South Africa? And he said several things, but key was that he's been given a mandate to work with South Africa to reset, and I'm quoting, what the US views as important strategic and mutually beneficial relations with South Africa. acknowledged that in the recent past, there's been issues that the two countries need to work on, but committed to engage, to listen, hear South Africa's point of views and perspectives on these issues and see how we can work these issues out. And in fact, made the point that he believes all the 5 asks which are in the public domain are issues that can be resolved. So we think there is an opportunity because the truth is that the relations with the two countries are strategic and important. There are over 600 US companies operating in South Africa, providing employment and contributing to the economy of South Africa. In the US, there's about 22 South African companies operating there, doing the same, creating employment and contributing to the economy of the US. I mean, the plant of Sasol in Louisiana alone provides many, many jobs and contributes to that country being energy secure. So this is an important relationship that are, in our view, the two sides are committed to continue to build and repair what needs to be repaired. And so we were quite heartened that one, there was an apology and an acknowledgement that going forward, we need to work within what the Vienna Convention provides as guidelines in terms of the behavior of the diplomatic corps. The second issue that I've been asked to speak to is with regards to the South Africans who were under false pretenses lured to Ukraine to go, well, they didn't know, according to, I mean, we've had many statements from them that they didn't know what they were getting into. We can report that 16 of the 17 have since been brought back home. The president, and this has been put in the public domain, had an interaction with President Putin, and this was then made possible. There is one South African that's still there getting medical treatment. So that's something that we'll still have to work on, but the majority of the people that were there have since been brought back home. Of course, this file now moves to the security cluster in terms of the departments that need to take the issue forward and look at what happened here and then take decisions in terms of what the next steps should be, guided by the applicable laws and prescripts in South Africa. I think DM Waters has already spoken to the fact that mercenary activities are criminalized in terms of our laws. So there is work that still needs to be done, and it is receiving attention from the relevant state agencies. I think those were the two issues that the DM asked me to speak to. I will then hand over to Ambassador Siokolo with your permission, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Chair. Chairperson.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you. My hand is up, Chair. That's why I'm calling you. Thanks, Chair.
I was going to allow members at the end, but you can talk.
Chair, based on what DDG is saying, I've got follow-ups, Chair. One, where is the apology of Pozelle? I don't see it anywhere. I'll read you the statement he made. He says, thanks to BizNewsCom for hosting me yesterday. I want to clarify that while my personal view, like that of many South Africans, is that kill the poor constitutes hate speech, the US government respects the independence and findings of South Africa's judiciary. Now, when does Mr. Pozelle become speaks and takes platform on his personal capacity? Because he's not in South Africa on his personal capacity. His letter of credence was accepted for him to be an ambassador, not on his personal capacity. He's not here as a tourist. He's here as an ambassador. And that apology that you keep, even I heard the minister saying it on a media briefing that there was an apology. Where is that apology of Pozelle or his statement, retracting the statement he made at the BizNews conference? Because I've never seen that statement anywhere. It's not anywhere. It's just something we hear from you. It looks like now Derko is the spokesperson of Ambassador Pozelle, of which is not right, Chair. Our judiciary was undermined. The Constitutional Court, the highest court in the land, was undermined, that he does not care what our courts say. It can't be that we just say he has responded. And Chair, this begs my initial request to you that let's have a full dedicated meeting about this matter to allow us to voice our opinions, to allow us a space to really do oversight on this matter, Chair, to then in that report have a final report and recommendations that we are going to make. Now, TTG says that the final step has not been done. They are still preparing a report that they will give to the president as a preparation for for the ceremony that will probably take place around October. We are saying to you, Chair, let this committee propose diplomatic steps that must be taken, whether to accept his credence or to send him back home packing or whatever that the committee will decide, Chair. Some of the diplomatic steps that must be taken in regards to Mr. Bozel. Allow this committee to have a meeting dedicated to that issue, addressing it, and have so that you give us an opportunity time to interact with this matter, not like what is happening right now, Chair. Please, I'm begging because I want to know. DERCO must direct us to the statement. DERCO must make this presentation and show us what is the report that they are preparing to the president. What are their recommendations to the president? What is it that they've considered? What is in his CV? And what are the things that they are considering? So that we also put our input into that report they are preparing to the president, Chair, as this committee, and make sure that our report as a committee forms part of the main report that will be given to the president in determining whether he should go ahead and accept the letter of credence of Bozel or not. Please, Chair, just arrange that meeting, agree to that meeting, answer that. I've asked you that question, Chair, but you deliberately do not respond to that. That I'm asking you, when are we going to have that meeting? Has my letter been processed? Has it been accepted? If not, why not? If it's been considered, how long are you going to consider it? When are you going to come back to us with an answer? Thank you.
Okay. I got cut at some point, so I think that question was asked when I was disconnected. I'm going to give Ntate Sokolo to continue. At the end, honorable members, we are going to return to this matter. But just to remind you, this committee took a decision that a letter must be written through DERCO to Ambassador Designate of the US, that as soon as the president has accepted his credentials, we will ask for a meeting with him. That letter was sent a long time ago. DERCO has confirmed that letter. So that meeting is going to take place. Honorable members, we shouldn't worry at all. It's going to take place, but we can't behave like Honorable Mackenzie ourselves, because we are not in a competition to parade ourselves with the ambassador designate of the US. His time is coming. He's going to come to the meeting, and the meeting is going to be physical here in Cape Town. And it will be open to the public. Anybody who wants to attend that meeting will be welcome to attend that meeting. I hope we'll have a venue big enough to deal with that meeting so that we settle these matters of the US once and for all in the form of what was said at Hermanas and other things that were said before Hermanas, before he left the US, and there are other historical political things. But we'll get into them in that meeting. Not now. So at the end, we'll return to this matter. His members still want to raise some issues. Ntate Sokolo?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. A number of questions and comments were made by Honorable Members. We've noted some of the comments and thank you for affording us an opportunity to respond to some specific questions. Honorable Litchfield Chabalala, Dr. Chabalala, on the Sahel. Now, the AU has a normative framework on unconstitutional changes of government. And once there's been an unconstitutional change of government, the AU effect its provisions, which means suspension of the participation of that country from the meetings of its policymaking organs. And the same applies to all those countries where there was such a change. And we are, as South Africa, we are bound by the AU's decision. Now, the South Africa bilaterally has not imposed any sanctions against countries of the Sahel. During the course of last year, I was sent by the minister with a team, Dr. Pizwan and other colleagues, to visit some countries in the Sahel. We started off with Ghana, we went to Togo, went to Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. We went there in order to gather first-hand information on political and security developments in those countries. Our interaction with Ghana gave us a very good positive insight into developments in that region. In fact, Ghana has adopted a very practical approach to its relations with the region. They are supporting economic development of those countries, and they shared with us Ghana's pragmatic approach. We were well received. I was well received with the delegation. In Mali, I was received by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In Burkina Faso, we were received by the Foreign Ministry, including key institutions. And we interacted with all stakeholders, government authorities who were our hosts, but also diplomatic missions, ambassadors, think tanks in all those countries. We came back, submitted a report, and the president approved that the heads of mission be appointed in those countries. We have submitted a request for agreement for the head of mission in Mali and are awaiting a response from the government of Mali. Consideration will be made with regards to Burkina Faso, as well as Niger. Our assessment was that our visit to the 3 Sahel countries was well received by them, because during our interaction, they appreciated South Africa's possible constructive engagement and with them. We are now contemplating sending a small multidisciplinary team to go and identify possible areas of cooperation in all the 3 countries. And so we are not, our position towards these countries is clear, and our missions in all the 3 countries continue to engage at all levels. Some of the South African companies do come to us who are seeking to do business in those countries. We support them. Our missions are supporting them. So I thought we should respond in that context with countries in 3 countries in the Sahel region. We are also engaging Ghana about possible collaboration. For example, Ghana is supporting an economic corridor that would allow those countries to use the port of Ghana in terms of trade, given the security challenges that they are experiencing where they used to export and receive imports. We will continue to maintain interaction with the countries and engaging with them bilaterally on all the issues, whether on bilateral issues, regional issues, global issues, continental issues, and global issues. Minister, regarding Sao Tome and Principe, Minister Lamola took an extraordinary and exceptional decision to close our mission in Sao Tome and Principe as an exception, given the serious financial challenges the department is experiencing. Because we were dealing with a situation where, for example, in Ghana, where there's a significant economic interest, political interest, social interest, we only had one line function diplomat who had to do all those work. Means when that official is back home for family or other medical, the ambassador is left without a line function diplomat. Secondly, we were faced with a situation where in Tanzania, we were left with only one official to do all the work. And Tanzania and South Africa, given the intensity of the bilateral relation, we have a binational commission. The volume of trade, the depth, width of investments of South African companies there, but we only had one official left. Thirdly, in Zambia, we only had one line function official to support the ambassador in both economic as well as political work. As honorable members are aware, that DTIC has not had an opportunity to even send FER, foreign economic reps, to any part of the world, including Africa. And therefore, that one official in those strategic missions had to do the work. So we had to reluctantly take a decision as to what do we do. And the only option we had was at least to look at closing that mission for now and reallocating the resources to those countries. In fact, not only two countries, it's Ghana, it's Tanzania, as well as Zambia. So we're able to send officials to go there and to transfer some of those who were in Sao Tome to other countries, to those strategic missions. How are we going to then manage the relationship? We have communicated with the government of Sao Tome and Principe, one, that South Africa attaches great importance to its relations with them, and that this decision that is temporary that we are taking in no way means we do not attach importance to that relationship. And our relationship will then be managed from Gabon, which is the closest diplomatic station to Sao Tome. And most countries, those who are not physically there, also service the country from Gabon. There was also a question, and the question of our policy on Western Sahara, Dr. Pizwani will come back to that, but there's a question that Honorable Smith raised about the automotive industry and possible leveraging on the potential in Egypt. DTIC has, indeed, Honorable Smith, the Department of Trade and Industry has identified Egypt as a possible hub in the north in terms of partnership and cooperation in the automotive sector. So it is taken care of. There's one question that in all our interactions or during our interactions with the committee members, all of them raised. It's about how do we include the previously disadvantaged group in the economic opportunities that we are bringing. And as you may recall, honorable members, we had even proposed that perhaps a joint meeting with DTIC, Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, our Development Finance Institution, one meeting be held, because in terms of ensuring that there is inclusive growth, DTIC has to lead domestically. For example, they have a program, they should have a program to support the supplier, the exporters from South Africa, the producers. That's the DTIC. And even when we go abroad with missions, we have binational commission, it is the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition that is responsible for putting up the delegation together, of course, cooperating with us. We think that such a meeting would assist in broadening the discussion around how to ensure that our efforts contribute towards economic transformation in our country. Where we are able to do so as DERCO, we do invite. We have targeted Black-owned companies that we invite to be part of the delegations. It does take some time for opportunities to be realized, but the minister ensures that where the DERCO has a constituted delegation, that delegation is broadly representative. The Honorable Kumbaka raised same issues around what is it that the department is doing to ensure that there's a beneficiation close to the source. In fact, now that South Africa is chairing SADC in the interim and substantively from August, we've just concluded a successful Council of Ministers meeting, and issues around beneficiation were some of the key discussions which ensued within SADC, and this is certainly going to be one of the priorities that we pursue when we chair. As honorable members are aware, that one of the outcomes of the G20 presidency that we presided over was an adoption of a global framework of mineral beneficiation. We intend to use that framework as well to develop a regional framework give effect to this commitment that was made. Relations, Honorable Mhlongo raised issues around, if we say that Algeria and Egypt are our key anchor states in the region, what is the frequency of our meetings? There is every opportunity, even in the multilateral forum or during meetings of the multilateral forum, Minister Lamola does meet with his counterparts from the two countries. Our president also does meet with his counterpart, whether at the AU level or at the UN level. Minister Lamola, in fact, one of the first visits he undertook was to Egypt, and Deputy Minister Bottas also went to Egypt. So from our side, we are committed to this partnership. We have conveyed to the Egyptians that it has been quite long since the president of Egypt visited South Africa, and have conveyed the president's standing invitation to the Egyptian president to visit South Africa, because state visits give impetus to the relationship. And we are working on that. We are elevating the coordination of bilateral relations from a ministerial level at JCC to a BNC at Deputy President and Prime Minister level to give effect to that. We are expecting the President of Algeria to undertake a reciprocal binational commission visit to South Africa this year. And Minister Lamola was scheduled to visit Algeria in April, and the Algerians requested that the meeting be postponed. So from our side, as South Africa, we exert the necessary attention to the partnership and the relationship. And we do so, honorable members, not neglecting other countries. Minister Lamola is finalizing his schedule for the visit to the continent, and he has included countries like Gabon, for example, to focus at certain niche areas. I thought, with your permission, Deputy Minister and Honorable Chairperson, I could end up with this response and request Dr. Bizwana to respond. Or in terms of the one question that Honorable Smith raised is the role of Wagner Group in Africa. And if you have permission, I may extend. We, as a country, are concerned about the role of external forces in conflict situation on the African continent, not only Russia, but many other countries that are involved. And bilaterally, we do raise our concerns around the involvement. We do so while cognizant of the fact that in some instances, it is this government which are inviting some of them, and we're unable to, to prevail, to say to governments who took their sovereign decision to invite them to come in for whatever reason. It becomes difficult, to raise that sharply. But we do raise this issue to the extent that their involvement complicate peace and security challenges on the continent. Dr. Bizwana will respond to the question of Western Sahara as posed by Honorable Smith. Dr. Bizwana.
Thank you, DDG. Chairperson and honorable members, Deputy Minister. On the issue of Western Sahara, Deputy Minister Bottas did touch on it a bit in terms of the imperative of self-determination and Pan-Africanism. But just to elaborate a bit, South Africa's position on the issue of Western Sahara is based on the pursuit of social justice, decolonization, and self-determination for the people of Western Sahara. And this, we believe, can only be achieved through the implementation of UN General Assembly Resolution 1514, which was declared in 1960. Now, this resolution, which is an overarching resolution, grants independence to all colonial peoples and countries, irrespective of their location, and it formed the basis of subsequent UN Security Council resolutions on the issues of Western Sahara. So we do align ourselves, like with other like-minded states, on this resolution, which intrinsically says that there should be unconditional end to colonialism in all its forms and manifestation. So this is the essence of the of our position on Western Sahara. We also feel that the necessary legal instruments should be pursued as South Africa in terms of ensuring that there is a UN recognized or UN implemented referendum in Western Sahara, and subsequent UN resolutions have come out clearly and unambiguously to say that any future for the Sahrawi should be determined through their own participation. And as a result, with the establishment of the UN mission for the referendum in Western Sahara, MINUSCO, it was then decided that part of the mandate of the UN mission in Western Sahara was to ensure that the human rights situation in Sahrawi occupied land is monitored. Now, what has transpired is that the Kingdom of Morocco has, although recognizing the legitimacy of the UN mission, has refrained, or rather, has decided not to implement provisions that center around the observation of human rights. Now, another aspect of South Africa's position is that South Africa supports any form of negotiations between the Polisario Front and the authorities of Morocco. But that negotiation must be based on the principle of equality, mutual respect, and the need to adhere to existing international legal instruments. And honorable members, Chair and Deputy Minister, we will recall that last year, towards the end of last year, there was a United States sponsored resolution in the Security Council to look at the issue of Western Sahara. Firstly, it extended the mandate of MINURSO to December this year. It's an annual one-year expansion. But more importantly, the US-sponsored resolution brought in new language to previous resolutions to the effect that it says that the autonomy plan of Morocco might be a credible option to resolve the impasse. Now, of course, the Moroccan authorities on their own decided to have their own interpretation by declaring that all other tracks to resolve the crisis in Western Sahara were off the track, and their own autonomy plan was the basis to move the matter forward. Now, clearly, that was a selective interpretation of the resolution, because the resolution itself, same resolution, did not rule out the issue of a referendum for self-determination. It clearly said that there must be a referendum wherein the people of Western Sahara should be allowed to determine their future. So that's where our position is, and it links directly to the issue of the fact that any autonomy plan will also, of course, need to be based on a sustainable political solution. The autonomy plan, as it stands, does not allow, the Moroccan autonomy plan does not allow for the people of Sahrawi, for instance, to have control over important aspects of governance. For instance, they will not have their own defense force. They will not be in charge of their foreign policy. They also will not be in charge of what is called national symbols. They will be given some administrative control of certain territories, but that, of course, for the Polisario Front is really a red line. It's a non-starter. So the general consensus is that there should be a mutually reinforcing political settlement based on the principle of equality. And that brings me, DDG, DM, and Chair, just to briefly touch on the related question on the European Court of Justice ruling. In 2019, the European Union reached an agreement, a trade agreement with Morocco on fisheries and general matters of trade. Now, what had transpired is that this agreement covered trading in commodities and also the harvesting of fisheries that are along the shores of the occupied land that the Moroccans are occupying, to the exclusion of the Sahrawis. in October 2024, then the European Court of Justice, following representations by other like-minded states and progressive forces in Europe, said, well, ruled that the Western Sahrawi people were not consulted by Moroccans nor the EU states when that trade agreement was reached in 2019, and therefore it annulled that aspect to say that all trade should take place within broader Morocco and not within the occupied territories, which historically belong to the Sahrawi people. Now, the implications for South Africa is that from a commercial perspective, there are those countries, for instance, that are South African but might have dual domicile in Europe, or they might have joint ventures or cross-shareholding with European countries. Now, that might mean that those countries of South Africa that might be working with European countries in terms of trade and investment in the occupied territories might be in violation of that European Court of Justice ruling. For us, there's no practical legal implication in terms of that, but of course, they may be sanctioned by the European Court of Justice. But from us, the principle is basically to say that you can't do business in a situation of illegal occupation. So that is the parts that I wanted to answer, DDG. Thank you. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Dr. Pitswani.
Okay, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Pitswani. Anything to amplify from your side, DM? But before you do that, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come in on a separate matter. I'm not sure if you'd like to conclude
Yes, go
with
on.
the department. All right, let me go ahead. Chair, I just want to respond to the request made by the Honourable Mhlongo about, which seems to have been acceded to by the committee by vote. I don't remember a vote being taken as to whether or not a foreign ambassador would be summoned to the committee. Perhaps I missed that. But on the matter, nevertheless, Chair, I think we need to be very, very cognizant of the constitutional framework in which this committee takes place. We are bound by the rules and regulations of Parliament, which is governed by the Constitution of the Republic, which enforces the separation of powers. Now, Parliament and Parliament's relevant committees, yes, have oversight over the executive, but they have oversight over the executive of the Republic of South Africa. We do not have any oversight over foreign governments acting within our country, and the legal mandate for that interaction rests with the executive and the executive solely. So if there is a concern, Chair, with the conduct of any ambassador within the borders of the Republic of South Africa, the chief interlocutor dealing with that is the Department of International Relations, which rests with the executive. We must respect the separation of powers from the legislature's side to make sure that we deal with the matter insofar as our oversight over the executive, but we have no legal mandate to interact directly with a foreign nation, and certainly not with a foreign ambassador. I think we need to clarify that, Chair, and before we accede to any requests to summon any ambassador to our committee, understand where our powers lie and where they extend to, but also where they end. I think it is very important for us to establish that principle and to set a precedent. It is unfortunate, Chair, that I think the department has maybe given the impression that this is possible. If you will recall, we once went to the DIRCO headquarters and were provided a meeting with all of the ambassadors of African states to Pretoria. And you will recall, Chair, that the very first thing that I mentioned in that committee meeting was that it is outside of our mandate to be speaking directly to ambassadors. We do not have any jurisdiction over the ambassadors of other countries. We have jurisdiction over our own ambassadors posted to foreign states, over our own ministry and department, but we have no legal jurisdiction to summon any other foreign minister to this committee as an extension of the legislature, which is a separate entity from the executive, as per the separation of powers outlined in the Constitution. We must be mindful of this, Chair. We cannot be calling for making requests willy-nilly that are deeply misaligned with the legal framework in which the Republic acts. And I think that that point must be made, Chair, and it must be placed on the record, because we are breaking the law and we are violating the constitutional mandate for the legislature if we start to act outside of that and start to make rash decisions in terms of who we summon and who we do not summon to this committee. So, Chair, I think it is very important that we make that point. I think that the department has been very detailed in the way in which the matter was discussed. Diplomacy is a very delicate matter. We know that there were important discussions held between Ambassador-designate Bozell and the department. I think we can rest assured that this has been a first warning, and that the relationship has been amended appropriately, and that it will continue in the best interests of the Republic. I think that we are satisfied with that response, Chair. If there are any further transgressions, we can deal with them as and when they arise in our interactions with the departments and the ministry as per our constitutional mandate. We cannot be summoning foreign ministers to this committee because it is simply constitutionally delinquent. There is no other term for it, Chair. I just thought it's important for us to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith. Just for your information, Honorable Smith, there was a discussion in the committee on having the ambassador designate of the US not being summoned, but being invited for introduction to the portfolio committee. That letter is long gone through DERCO. Just further information to this meeting. Separate from that request, the ambassador designate of the US sent his staff last week, separate from that letter, sent his staff last week to the staff of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, and they were discussing the modalities of how from time to time there will be some kind of communication between the Portfolio Committee on International Relations via DERCO and his office. We did not request him to do that. So he has done a very good thing. And we are to applaud Ambassador Designate Bozell for sending the staff to come and meet with our staff here. He's not breaking any law, just for your information. Honorable Douglas and Mhlongo and Doctor.
Good day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two things quickly. I think the first thing to note is that we, again, just to come in on what you said, we didn't summons the ambassador to this meeting. We never had such a decision, especially based after the Biz News conference. What we did over several committee meetings engaging was a face-to-face invite where we would like to get to know the ambassador and he can get to know all of us as South Africans. Yes, we are oversight over international relations from a parliamentary point of view and over the executive. But the reality is, Mr. Chair, that we are representatives of the people of South Africa. We are representatives of real voters. We have a mandate to be here, and not all of us are part of government. And it will be good for the American ambassador to hear from those who are the future government of South Africa. And so it's important, Mr. Chair, for us to note that, no, let's not frame this in the wrong way. Honorable Smith needs to be corrected. We never summoned the ambassador of America following those comments. We always had invited him from the very time that he had been sworn in to be a guest of this committee, to come and engage as one would with all members of parliament from different political parties at the committee. And that is legal and that is allowed according to the constitution and under the Geneva Convention and other conventions, Mr. Chair. So for me, I think let's just frame it in the correct way. It's not a summons, it's an invitation. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Songo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to repeat my sentiments. I'm saying that what we are saying, that the invite that we agreed to of Ambassador Pozelle is only going to happen after the president has accepted his letter of credence. That's a separate matter and a separate meeting. That's an engagement. My letter requests that DERCO furnishes us with the details of the diplomatic position that they followed after the comments of Mr. Pozelle. That's an oversight on DERCO, our department, that we're requesting for, that they must share with us how they arrived at the conclusion to accept the letter of credence from Mr. Pozelle and what is entailed in the report that the DTG has explained that they will be presenting to President before Mr. Pozelle's letter of credence will finally be accepted by President Ramaphosa. So that's all we have asked for. That's we're asking to do oversight on DERCO and also for the position or opinion of this committee to be included in that letter they'll be or report that they'll be presenting to Mr. Ramaphosa. I say this, Chair, because even after the engagement or the match by DERCO to Mr. Pozelle, he still issues a statement and say that he makes a personal view like that of many South Africans. Mr. Pozelle can't speak for any South African. He's not the representative of the people of South Africa. He's got no right, none whatsoever, to speak for any South African. South Africans have their leaders, they can speak for themselves. South Africans have a right to speak for themselves and their elected representatives in the three spheres of government, whether it's local government, provincial government, or national government. South Africans are represented by the leaders that they've elected. I don't think Mr. Pozelle, when he says that he's got views like that of many South Africans did he interact with? So that's something we'll ask him at a later stage. This request of my letter was not to summon Pozelle, was to get DERCO to come and make a presentation to us, not what is happening right now. Now, the meeting, the main agenda item today was the presentation by Africa branch on North and Central Africa. But now we're squeezing in other matters and will not do due diligence on this matter because it was not the main item on today's agenda. And very soon, Chair, we are going to have to cut the meeting short. Why? Because we're going to have to go to Parliament. And I still strongly feel that there's matters I would have wanted to raise. Unless you allow me, Chair, I can go to those matters and you do not stop me, because I think when I look at the points I've prepared, it can take me for about 30 minutes to go through the issues I wanted to raise with DERCO on this matter. And I don't think I'll have sufficient time to do it now in this meeting, because the main item of today's meeting is not about this matter. That's why we have called that. Can you please convene an urgent special meeting to address this matter? And please, Honorable Smith, don't speak on behalf of the economic freedom fighters. We are not a member of the EFF. We can only speak for ourselves. And our letter was made public and is in detail. And we can also share it with you in the group, the letter that we've sent to the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much, Honorable Songo. I think I understand you now. It's fine. Notwithstanding what was said earlier through the Deputy Minister by that place in Monyela, notwithstanding that, it's okay. That letter will be written, and I'm sure we'll get the response from DERCO. There's no problem. The other
Chair, it's Honorable Smith.
No, I'm coming to you. Don't worry. I see your hand. Don't scream at me, Honorable Smith. The other matter that I think we need to deal with, honorable members, is that if there are members of the portfolio committee who feel that the committee is flouting the constitution in the execution of its mandate, such members are welcome to approach the office of the speaker. I think Honorable Smith approached the office of the speaker because you emphatically said we are flouting the constitution. And then the speaker will respond to you. If you are not happy with the response from the office of the Speaker, because this is a constitutional matter. Let's go to the courts, which will include the Constitutional Court, expressing itself on your view that when the committee interacts with representatives of other member states domiciled here in South Africa, they are breaking the law. I mean, the Constitution of the Republic. So I'm sure you are welcome to do that. Over to you, Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will. I just wanted to clarify. I'm not sure why my comments were taken as so accusatory or screaming as was framed. Chair, the input by the Honourable Mhlongo did allude to summoning the ambassador. My apologies if that was misunderstood, but that is what was perceived by myself and certainly members of the Democratic Alliance on this committee. But the information provided by yourself and by the Honourable Douglas is very useful. I'm in full agreement. I think that it is a very, very good precedent for the committee to have an informal and unofficial introduction with all ambassadors for that matter. I think it's very useful for us to have cordial relations with foreign missions in South Africa, and to impart maybe some useful knowledge onto heads of missions and chargés as they conduct their business in South Africa. So I'm definitely in full support of that. Chair, I wasn't scolding anyone in the committee. I was merely just raising the point that we need to be aware of our mandate as legislators, and we need to be aware of the legal framework in which we conduct ourselves. That was all I had wanted to impart on the committee, Chair. But if there are any issues in further, I will raise them with the Chair of Chairs and with the Speaker's office. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you very much, honourable members. I'm going to request honourable members that at our own spare time, we must read chapter 4 of South Africa's Constitution. It talks about the constitutional basis for summoning individuals and institutions, and we are not there. We are far from being there as the committee. But please read it so that we can be on the same wavelength in as far as some of the matters are concerned. By the way, Derko, it's not only Ambassador Bozel who has made a request for introduction to the committee. We also have Nigeria consulate general designate has done the same. It's a few of them. In the past, we have interacted, though she did not come to the committee because she was engaged somewhere. Then she requested the chair to meet with her, the ambassador of Ukraine. We've done that with many others who came to present themselves to the committee on why they are in South Africa, their mandate, and their own perceptions and views on our country and the African continent. Those meetings are mainly cordial, and it's about also us imparting information on how we work and how we perform and execute the 3 pillars of Parliament, of holding the executive accountable, making laws, and ensuring public participation. So that we have done. DM, you can begin to wrap up the presentation by Derko today so that we can close the meeting.
Yes, no, thank you very much for that, Chair. Maybe let me express, our appreciation for the Portfolio Committee, which is a very important interlocutor as we execute our foreign policy. And at the epicenter, Honorable Chair, of our foreign policy is really our Pan-Africanist outlook, premised on Agenda 2063, and our presentation this morning that have sought to take the committee into confidence, Chair, about the progress that we are doing at the bilateral level but also how do we use what we call your subcontinental mechanisms through your regional economic community to obviously heighten our engagements on the national imperatives, which commonly diplomatically are referred to as the advancement of our national interest framework document. And so that obviously, Chair, remains important, and we have taken the counsel from the committee that we need to ensure the spirit of Pan-Africanism, Chair, must be reconcilable with a more prudent economic integration and economic partnership, which should be anchored on the issue about increased trade, harnessing the opportunities as presented by the ACFTA, and secondly, Chairperson, looking at the role that our development agencies and pension funds have to play to unlock both the development opportunities, but also to assist to address the infrastructure challenges that we have on the African continent. Lastly, Chair, I want to maybe just conclude by confirming to members that, look, our relations with in the execution of the foreign policy realm, it's complicated, but members of the PC, Honorable Chair, will recall that we have in place the Foreign Services Act, which sought to deepen and to further clarify the conduct of the multiplicity of actors within this discourse. I want to, for example, conclude, Chair, by practically demonstrating ordinarily, what we call sublime conduct in relation to managing these relations. For an example, if the Ukraine, Chair, just a couple of weeks back, requested to have engagements with 5 ministries that are part of the South African government, they then author a letter to the Foreign Service in relation to that issues, and Minister Lamola, chairperson, as the key pen holder, author then a recommendation to the minister, the respective ministers, to actually advise the importance of the engagement. That is the cycle, Chair, which ordinarily we expect from all heads of missions, domiciled in South Africa, representing the country's interest. I'm citing the good conduct of Ukraine and the diplomatic mission there, because ordinarily, Chairperson, that should be the pathway that all heads of missions in South Africa should pursue. And we are continuing to engage with them to adhere to what we call the norms and standards that we have laid out. And we really compliment the Portfolio Committee Chairperson for its approach, where they have asked for interface, and correctly so, they have also done it via DERCO, because that obviously it's an imperative based on international protocols. So I absolutely have no disclaimer, and just wants to give concurrence, Chairperson, to the compliments already expressed to the Portfolio Committee members, and also to our Foreign Services team led by, amongst others, the Acting Director General, Ntati Munyela, supported by Ambassador Siokola. Thank you very much, Lalo.
I take this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister Bottas, and your team, which has been able to, with skill and with intellectual authority, to present this comprehensive report here today. about the situation that we are dealing with in some parts of the African continent, and appreciate your humility for agreeing to deal with issues that were not necessarily in our agenda for today. So please keep up to that humility. It demonstrates the kind of broader humility inculcated through you and others from the organization that trained you to have that humility. So that is appreciated. We also want to appreciate the dignity with which the employees within the bureaucracy of DERCO has prepared for this meeting. Thank you very much and keep up the good work. DERCO deals with matters that are almost similar to the stock markets, where situations can change from 1 minute to another, because those conditions, you are not in control of them. And so far, you are doing well. We also want to thank you, Deputy Minister, on behalf of DERCO, for assisting members. Members of this committee are approached by members of the public, people that know them, who get frustrated in many parts of the world. And we do get assistance from the staff that works with you in the office in DERCO. They are just executing their mandate to the best of their ability. So we want to thank them for continuing to do that execution to the best of their ability to serve the people of South Africa in building a better Africa and a better world at the same time. So we want to thank you for that. You will get a second letter, Deputy Minister, through your office to follow up on matters of processes which were explained by Datetlace in Monyela earlier, because he did it very excellently. Processes that result in the accreditation of various designates, be they consulate generals, consulates, and ambassadors. So we will write that letter for you to come and clarify further those processes as requested by the portfolio committee here. And I know that you are going to be doing that as soon as we find a date for that to happen, or if we are able to slot it in our next meeting. We will indicate from the office whether we will be able to slot it in and how much time we will require if we are to slot it in the next meeting. So we want to thank you for that, and thank the department for assisting South Africans who were a bit stuck in some parts of the world, particularly those who are in the UAE, as a consequence of what is happening between Israel, the USA, and them onslaughting on Iran. So we thank you for intervening in helping many South Africans. Some of them have sent messages to us. They are happy about those interventions, that they were able to fly out of the UAE. There is a developing situation, Honorable Deputy Minister, which I think you know it better than me, in Cuba, based on the pronouncement made by President Trump. I think the power is now completely almost down in Cuba now. There are some South Africans who are in a slightly panic mode based in Cuba. As you know, there are parents here who've got their children there studying. Please just keep them informed of the developments so that they can be at ease as parents that their children will be safe, because nobody can guarantee the fact that flights will be able to move in and out of Cuba. That is in the hands of the president of the US. He says that Cuba is a very nice country. He he doesn't want to struggle when he visits Cuba. So we are very confident that you can handle that situation well. Keep the family abreast, update us as the committee as we deal with this particular matters. Otherwise, honorable members, for your always robustness, which is the essence of our oversight on the executive arm of the state. Also, thank you very much for that. And this is how we come to the end of today's meeting. Enjoy your afternoon. Let's amasentle. Moilo ambani kahle. Re tla bonana.
Thank you, Chair.